Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. I'm unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape it.
Tired of watching a competition that lasts a meager 16 days, hands out thousands of medals, and bans competitors for enjoying the occasional cookie? Diplomacy League Night is here for you. Tonight, the best competitors from around the globe continue a year-long knife fight that'll make you say, wow, how can anyone talk that much about Romania? First, players from the early rounds of Diplomacy's premier virtual league will bounce in the Black Sea more often than dancers in a big freedom music video. Next, the French Diplomacy League, the only virtual face-to-face league with someone from their home country in first place, will have stabs so savage it'll make you say, maybe that feud between Kanye and Taylor wasn't so bad after all. Finally, we'll return to the evening round of the Virtual Diplomacy League, where someone will have microphone problems and we'll see more joke orders to Gascony than times Jeff Dunham has ever been funny. At the end of the day, the season will be halfway over, this trash talk will come to a merciful end, and we'll probably see a new player moving to third place of the VDL standings. If you've been looking for a show that provides full coverage of Diplomacy League games from around the globe, you're in the right place. Non-stop league action starts now. Welcome to League Night. Welcome to League Night, everyone. We've got a good show lined up for you tonight. We're excited, and I'll start with introductions. My name's Brian Pravel. I'm one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and your host for this month's show. Tonight, I'm joined by three of Diplomacy's best. We'll start with the man who doesn't talk trash, he just recycles pitches for why he deserves Belgium. It's 2016 World Diplomacy Championship finalist, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
What's up, Brian?
Next, we have our resident hobby historian, but tonight we're going to forget about those old histories and make new histories instead. It's David Hood.
League Night. Yes.
And finally, between his work on DBN and the Diplomacy Briefing and leading this season's DBNI standings, this analyst must never sleep. But you might if you have to hear him tell you about his big win at DixieCon one more time. Welcome, Karthik Konath.
Thank you. I mean, who can forget America's best tournament?
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us tonight. We've got a lot of games to cover. And we're going to start out with taking a look at our standings. So let's go ahead and pull those up, figure out how we got where we are. Here we go.
So starting with Nicolas Camarides, at 456 points, he continues to have a dominating lead over the rest of the competition in the VDL.
In second place, closely behind with 302.5 points, Morgante Pell holding steady in second place.
In third place, you have Brandon Fogel, making the biggest jump of anyone in the top 7, jumping 16 places to claim third place, 1 point ahead of our number 4 competitor.
But just on his tail, Craig Mayer from Montana, jumping up 5 spots from 9th place into 4th place, very close to that top 3 feature position, and hot and playing today, I believe. So we'll see how that goes.
Ben Cummin comes down to 5th place, still in the top 7 though, with 265.7 points, coming just down from his 3rd place in the previous month.
I never heard of this guy in 6th place. Let's just move on. No, this is our very own Karthik Konath. Tight in the running here amongst the 3rd to 7th place, and with 260 points, having jumped 11 spots from 17th place. Karthik has made a big splash, and we'll see if that continues. I'm guessing you didn't play tonight, though, Karthik.
Did not play tonight, but in rounding out the top 7, we have Saren Kwok, our very own Summer Classic champion, at 257 points, also playing today, trying to get up into the top echelons of the VDL.
Well, as of the end of July, we've had 66 players competing in 27 Virtual Diplomacy League games. This is the largest DBNI event so far. And let's take a closer look at a couple of our league leaders. Starting out, let's take a look at our stats.
So looking at performance, we have the games played. Obviously, just the total number of games played in the previous current season. Then we have TS, which stands for top share percentage. It's just a player's average share of the board top at the end of their games. Then we have CAP, or CAP, which is a center's above or below average at the end of the game, normalized by power. Then we have the CAP 04, which is essentially the cap, but at the end of 1904, trying to basically see how quickly a player gets out to a start. Then we have FSG and FSR, which basically show how intertwined a player is with their allies, opponents, and everyone else on the board with them. How many foreign supports they've given versus how many foreign supports they've received.
All right, well, first up, let's take a look at our third place leader. We were looking at Brandon Fogel. Karthik, why don't you tell us about Brandon?
Sure. So we have Coach Brandon Fogel right here, dressed as a basketball coach. He's played 3 games so far in the VDL. A whopping top share percentage of 66%, showing a dominant play so far. A cap of plus 3.8 shows that he is outperforming the rest of the league by a good margin. If we look at his style, let's go to the cap 04 first. A cap 04 of 3.58 shows that not only does he score a lot, he gets to that score very, very quickly. His play style is based off of getting a dominant lead and thus continuing to ride that dominant lead to the end. The FSG and FSR show he's a very intertwined player, making tons of plays across the board with everyone else on the board. So Brandon Fogel, unsurprisingly, your number 3rd player, very, very strong.
Next up, we have Morgante Pell. I'll introduce Morgante. Morgante's played 16 games, has a top share of 24%, which is 11th. So we've got, out of our statistics, just as a point of clarification for everyone, we take the previous year and then we add the current year's stats on top of it. So there's 133 players and 47 have played at least 4 games, which is what we require before someone will be ranked with an ordinal. So out of 47 players, Morgante has a top share of 11th at 24%. His cap at 2.9 is 13th. His cap 04 is 1.89 in 5th. So unlike Brandon, Morgante tends to get his points later in the game. From FSG and FSR, he's 28th and 25th, which is right in the middle of the pack. And one thing that's been interesting is there is not a strong correlation between FSG or FSR and someone's overall ranking. It's very much more indicative of a style, and there's lots of different ways to get there. Last, we're going to take a look at our league leader, Karthik. Go ahead and introduce Michaelis.
Sure. So if you look at his stats, as we talked about previously, he has a cap of 6.4 and a cap 04 of 2.3. When you get a solo in a game of diplomacy, you will see these stats get blown up more than anything else, because when it comes down to it, at its core, diplomacy is a game about trying to get to 18 centers, and everything else just matters far, far less. Michaelis' success is based off of that solo, and then strong performances in others' games. So there you have it, your board leader, top share percentage of 50%, and a monster cap skill with it.
All right. Well, David and Adam, anything stand out to you with any of those stats?
Well, the thing that stands out really is Brandon's stats, and Karthik mentioned this, that his style is really to get far ahead like that, which it really is. And the question in my mind for Brandon is, as he plays more games, because he hasn't played that many games yet in the VDL, as he plays more games, will that continue? Because in some point, people are going to say, wait a minute, that's Brandon. He gets gigantic. Let's prevent that. So there could be some natural countervailing board play to deal with that play style that he has established.
Well, he's playing
That's Brandon's
tonight.
game. It's hard to underestimate it. And, he's a big go big or go home type of guy. And I think we're going to see some eliminations from him, but we're also going to see some continued fast starts and big results.
Yeah, he's playing tonight, so we'll see if any of that happens. All right. Well, next, tonight we're going to be looking at the VDL as we normally do, and then we're also going to be featuring excuse my butcher of an accent here, Ligue Francophone de Diplomatie Virtuelle, which is the French diplomacy league, which I will continue with for the rest of this show. We're also going to be discussing the League Night question of the day. Do you experiment with new strategies, tactics, or alliances during league or tournament games? If you'd like to answer that question, there's just a couple more minutes left to vote. So if you go to twitter.com/diplobn, you can vote in that poll and let us know your answer. And now let's take a look at a couple of events that are coming up that you can be a part of. First, in league action, we've got the LFDV, that's the French Diplomacy League, the Virtual Diplomacy League, and the Nexus Speedboat League are all continuing their scheduled games. Nexus Speedboat League actually just finished their July-August qualifying rounds and have moved on to their finals. They've got a wild card and some finals games they're playing. So that one's wrapping up really quick. And you'll be able to join that league again in September if that's something you're interested in. I'd also like to point out the league play on Nexus Discord server has just exploded of late. They've also added a gunboat league and an extended deadline full press league, which a certain Debian founder and host of this show will be participating in. I'm very excited about. Next in tournament action, we took a break in August, so let's go ahead and switch on to the back half of the 2021 season. Weaselmoot is the next big game that's coming up. That's Labor Day weekend. I believe it's September 5th. It's a Saturday. Let me make sure of that.
I think it might be the 4th.
The 4th. Yep. It's the 4th. Dates are hard. So September 4th, and that's going to be a 2-round event. So sign up for that. It will be held virtually. Liberty Cup will be the first face-to-face game in this season. So if you can make it out to Philadelphia, definitely recommend you check that out. Carnage is the big event. That will be the largest face-to-face event this year. It's held at Mount Snow in Vermont. Highly, highly recommend that event. It's a great, great time. If you are only able to make one face-to-face event, I highly ask that you consider making that one. Anybody want to add anything to any of these events that are coming up?
Yeah, sure. So I definitely would say that Carnage is an event you should definitely attend. I and many other members of the DBN and many other members of the virtual face-to-face community will be there. It'll be a great chance for you to meet everyone there, and it'll be in Vermont just before it gets really cold, so it'll be a great time.
All right. Well, the Game Day Live team will be covering live coverage of all of those tournaments. And if you want to learn more about them, check the links in the description in our show notes. And before you leave us, please remember to like this video, subscribe to the channel. Doing that will help YouTube prioritize and advertise our show to people who have similar interests as you. And that helps grow the hobby, which is what this broadcast and this network is all about. All right. Well, it is time for our player spotlight. So Kevin met with a frequent VDL competitor, a Nexus moderator, a new member of the DBNI Top 28. Tonight we're going to hear from Sabi Ahuja.
And thank you, Brian. I am pleased to be joined with fellow Windy City Weasel, Sabi Ahuja. Welcome, Sabi.
Welcome. Hi. Thank you for letting me be on here.
Yeah, and we've got Ronnie here. I'm a fan of Ronnie. If you're not a fan of, you'll have to track down Sabi to get invited to the loyal kind of under the seas crowd. That draws as much attention, I feel like, as VDL discussion now.
pretty much at this point.
Well, thanks for joining today. I know that you've been kind of a star of season 2. How did you find us?
Honestly, I would have to say my friend Evan, he goes by Illness Ideology, and he introduced like diplomacy as like an online game like back in January, and we were just playing Speedboat almost every day, and then my friends kind of dropped off, and I was like, oh, I want to play more games. And then he introduced me to like the whole Discord diplomacy thing, and got me into like Nexus, and from Nexus I found like VWC and like the Weasels, and then yeah, and it all started from January actually.
You mentioned Nexus. Nexus is really drawing in a lot of players at the end of season 1, I know, and definitely as season 2 has started, featured on League Night here as well. What's the next upcoming plans with Nexus?
Currently, we're having signups for Cold War 4, which is a one-on-one tournament between like USSR and NATO, and then we're having our gunboat and press leagues are starting up, and they're continuing. It's like 2 weeks, every casual but high-quality games. And we have the gunboat tournament coming up in October, November. And the season 7 of the press tournament should be coming up by November-ish. So you should sign up for the leagues and Speedboat and press and gunboat, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I have not played as much, but I know we'll have a link in the description. So to find Nexus, I know it's a very active group. Click on the link, follow us there, and get involved. Lots of games and lots of chances to play. So with all of that going on, how do you make time for VDL and competing? You said you joined us in March, so you're a rookie this year. What's it like competing against kind of the seasoned vets trying to get on the top 28 for DBNI?
Being a new player, you're out of your element because I already have established like repertoire and whatnot with other players. So being a new player, I had to do a lot more to build up any sort of goodwill with any player. So there's a lot of that, and a lot of countering the whole rookie being a newbie and all that.
But you've seemed to managed working well with kind of the old folks in the hobby, but then bringing in the youths from Nexus. You seem to build that bridge really well. How do you do it?
Honestly, it's just like try to meet in the middle of both groups, because the youths are very much have like a different way of playing versus the veterans. Like a lot of the youths are a lot more strategy and like different tactics on how to do stuff and different metas, and versus like the older players who have like different metas and ways of playing. And it was just trying to like bridge the gap between the two and try to combine them, like as Maletti tries to do with his other things, is just trying to make the hobby into one instead of having it to be two separate entities, which tends to not be great when you balkanize a group. So it's great I try to like listen to both groups and try to find a common ground when I try to work with both and try to see if it works that way, I guess. Yeah.
And I have appreciation for that, because as an old folk in the hobby now, I'm not, I don't feel that bad, but I have appreciation for different styles of play, because I'm more of a straightforward, not in my negotiations, but just kind of getting the game out there. Mm-hmm. But I've learned a lot through virtual face-to-face, watching some of the other folks just playing it differently, and I'm excited to get back to face-to-face. And I know that when this airs on Saturday, the next day we're going to have a Weasels game, a face-to-face Weasels game. So we'll have to do a recap maybe in the comments below how your virtual game translates into the face-to-face game. So I appreciate you coming on with us tonight, Sabi, and wish you well the rest of the season.
Thank you so much for letting me be on here. I appreciate it a lot. And hopefully you show up on a VDL game too.
I'll get there at some point. Brian puts me to work too much, so it keeps me in the background. But I'll get on before the end of the season.
All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Sabi. Kevin, we're almost 30 minutes into today's broadcast, so it's time to start prepping those show notes for next month's broadcast. Let me know when you've got them updated. And for all of us, it's time for us to take a look at our Twitter poll and find out how you answered the question of the day. Today's question was, do you experiment with new strategies, tactics, or alliances during league or tournament games? This question was inspired by our interview with Sabi, where she mentioned she felt that the Utes were more willing to experiment with their gameplay during tournament or league games than veteran players. Let's find out how you answered. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at a response. We've got Steve Hope. Steve replied, strategies, yes. Tactics, yes. Alliances, I try, but it tends not to work out. Read, it never gets off the ground when I'm simultaneously experimenting with the other two. People like a predictable partner or something. I don't get it. So, with that, let's bring the crew back in. And what are your thoughts? Dave and Adam, you're both veteran players who've been playing this game for a long time. How do you approach experimentation? And are you more or less willing to experiment during a competitive event?
You know, Brian, I think one aspect of that is, having probably played hundreds of games, and I'm sure David's probably played hundreds more than I have. I don't think I've ever been in two games that are alike, and by 1902, 1903, I don't know that I've ever seen two positions that are alike. And to some extent, you're experimenting every step of the way because you have some idea of what might work or might not work, but half the time you're wrong, and the other half the time, maybe you're right. But so, in the strictest sense of the word, I mean, I would say that almost every game is a bit of experimentation because, there's always multiple paths you can take, and you've got to just choose one and hope for the best, or, use your judgment to make it be the best if you can. I'm not sure if the intention of the question was more about sort of, kind of funky openings or just kind of obscure play. And I would say that there's a time and a place for that. I would say, I'm probably not trying brand new 1901 moves in a tournament most of the time, unless there's really something very situational about it. I have things that I know work, and I have there's a pretty big repertoire of things that do work, that can be applied to a particular situation without going to something crazy like, I don't know, opening a Bohemia as Austria or something weird like that. So that's the kind of stuff I probably would shy away from. But in general, I think everything is really just kind of figuring out as you go along.
David, what about you?
Well, I am it's entirely possible I will try something goofy out in a tournament and league game. And it might just be because I have played a lot of games. And so I will say experimentation really, the willingness to do that really depends upon confidence. You need to be confident that if you do something, it's not going to make you look silly. Well, guess what? You should always be confident that you just try something out, because the only way to get confidence is to be confident, to be perfectly honest. So if you feel like you need to change the way you've been playing, or you need to try something new, you don't wait for a pickup game or house game. If you're in a tournament game and you want to change things, no better time like the present.
Karthik, you are the closest thing we have on this broadcast to a Ute. What's your approach to experimentation?
I have no problem experimenting in tournaments, and I think actually my best successes have come from experimenting. As David would know from his own tournament, DixieCon, there were a lot of wild openings and alliances I ran across every single round of that tournament. From the ER I did with Peter McNamara. We won't talk about how that ended, but we had that game. We had the IT that becomes an IF with Ed, in which there was no actual cooperation, just not getting in each other's way and moving straight across the board. And then we had the AT that just became a T in the final one. So I think there is a time and place for experimentation, and I think there is virtue in trying to find out like, what works for you, having a good time. And also I would say that I don't think youths are the one with the monopoly on experimentation. In fact, I would say old folk, or veterans, as Brian kindly called them, are people that are most open to trying new things because they've played so many games. The idea of trying something brand new that they haven't done before is something that often appeals to them. So I find I have a great success reaching out to veterans and saying, hey, would you like to try out this weird thing that you haven't tried in like the past 200 games you played or something like that? And works out pretty well.
So to wrap up this segment, I want to kind of touch on how Steve Hogue kind of broke out the 3 areas and saying, hey, I'm more willing to experiment in some areas than others, and I can't experiment in all of them at the same time, or haven't had success with that. Just anyone that would like to take it. Does anybody have opinions or thoughts about that?
Well, let me just jump in and say we don't want to push the idea of experimenting just because it's zany or you're trying to do something fun or whatever. That's not the point. You're experimenting because you're trying to get success. It's probably true that you shouldn't mess with all 3 of those controls on your car at the same time. If you really want to try something new, then try something new, but that doesn't mean you throw out everything you've ever known about the game. As Adam said earlier, you made it, if you think that the answer is that Vienna should never open to Bohemia, don't just do it because you're trying to be zany. Do it only if the situation requires it or justifies it, or if you think it makes sense given something in your negotiations. That's the way I would put it.
All right. Go ahead, Karthik.
I was just going to echo exactly what David said. The reason for experimentation isn't for the sake of experimentation. It's because you have a specific goal in mind that is accomplished through that experimentation. So when you experiment with that goal in mind, chances are you are going to catch people off guard, and catching them off guard can work to your benefit. But if you don't have a goal at the end of that tunnel, well, then you're the one who's going to be the one confused, not the other players around you.
And having a goal,
that's something you learned when you won DixieCon this year?
I have no idea who won DixieCon. You have to tell me, David.
I don't remember now at this point myself.
having a goal of throwing off the DBN commentators while experimenting is always a good one.
Agreed with that.
All right. Well, before we go to our games, we're going to give our analysts one more chance to kind of set up some storylines for the night. So this is a great time for us to pause or to just kind of talk about things we're going to be looking for. So David, we'll start with you.
Let's compare the VDL games to the French language games. Not in terms of quality or anything, but just in the way they've been played. The two sets of games are played under different scoring systems, and they're played in different, to some degree, different cultures, diplomacy cultures. And scoring systems only one thing that contributes to different diplomacy cultures. Let's compare and contrast how those games go. It'll be instructive, I think.
Adam?
We had some big jumps by some of the players in the VDL, going up 11 places, 17 places in some cases. Who's going to make the jump this week? Who's going to have the big score to jump into the top 7 that's not there now?
Karthik.
So going off of that, we are now moving into the second half of the VDL. We saw in the first half people trying to get a couple good scores, but we see now that just a couple good scores will not be enough to get you into the top 7 when everything shakes out in the end. So I'm curious to see, will we see much more aggressive play this month and in future months as the VDL winds down? Will people trying to get solo? Will people trying to be getting to 17? So that'd be something I'd be definitely watching out for.
Yeah, there is kind of a concept of first half being setting up reputation, what kind of player am I, but then closer and closer you get to that deadline, those points become increasingly more important. So that'll be something I'm watching as well.
Because share tops will not be enough to make the VDL top 4. You will definitely need at least 1, maybe 2 solo tops in order to get it.
Well, this is a great time for us to pause and thank each of you for watching. And I want to give a shout out to chat. I've already seen chats active tonight. I always love seeing that. It's one of my favorite parts of the show. And if you're enjoying the show, please like the video and consider subscribing. All right, that wraps up our opening segment. So I'm going to bid farewell to Adam and Karthik. David will stay on with me, and we'll transition on to our first rounds of Virtual Diplomacy League. Thanks. Transition over. All right, David. So, for our Virtual Diplomacy League, let's take a look at who is playing tonight and look at our top players. First up, take a look at our top participants. All right, so for this round, that's rounds 1 and 2 of the Virtual Diplomacy League, our early rounds. Here are your top 10 players ranked by their DBNI ranking. So we have Saren Kwok, Jason Massbaum, Ed Sullivan, Farron Jane, Michalis Kamaritis, Morgante Pell, Wes Ketchum, Tommy Anderson, Natty Schaefer, and Sabia Huja. So, I mean, that's a good chunk. 10 of the top 28 are playing in tonight's games. Anything stand out to you about that, David?
Quite a rogues gallery. I should say, in case you're joining us and you don't know what the DBNI is, it's the invitational tournament that is happening in February. And we build up to that all year, not just with VDL, but with all of our tournament games and face-to-face events and so forth. So that DBNI means their strength not just in VDL, but in fact not in VDL, but their strength in other venues. That's why Saren, who just won the Summer Classic, is right up there at the top. And so it's really exciting to have these players who have had success in other venues playing in the VDL tonight.
Yeah, and that's a good point. The VDL and most of our leagues will not be added into the DBNI rankings until at the end of the season. So anyone who's got good scores, and it'll be worth a lot of points. This is one of the biggest events, if not the biggest event of the year. So it'll definitely score people a lot of points for scoring well in this league. And that's one of the things that keeps the DBNI exciting, is you've got all of the tournaments that add throughout the year, and then the leagues come in, and then Nexus is wrapping up their extended deadline, season 6. I believe we just had a champion announced a couple hours ago. Congrats and shout out to Ewok, I believe, who won that. But that is a new batch of players that are going to add their score in. And depending on when season 7 finishes, if it finishes in time, that'll get added in as well. So just a lot of fun. And it does show that you've got some consistent players in multiple formats scoring well. It just shows the strength of their diplomacy expertise.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll go to our first game. It's VDL 66. David, why don't you introduce our players?
In Austria, from Paris, we've got Nicholas Talley. And then in England, Simon Bath from Sweden, one of the 2 Swedes in this round. Farron Jane playing in the late night round from Austin, Texas. Late night for her from Austin, Texas. Nicolas Sauge from Montreal, of course, former world champion. We all know that. Also has been a DBN commentator. Eskil Sandblom was I think, interviewed in our last episode of League Night last month, a young player from Stockholm, Sweden, is really making an impression. Peter McNamara, the victor of the DBNI for the 2020 season from Melbourne, Australia, and then Klaas de Graaf, always a contender from the Netherlands. So really a very interesting board of players, and it'll be fun to see how the lone American does in this sea of Europeans, Australians, and transplanted Europeans like Nikolai, who now lives in Canada.
One of my favorite things about the VDL is that it is truly a global league. And when you look at the rankings of the players, they're scattered across every major region, the diplomacy hobby. So we've got Asia Pacific, Europe, and the United States, and that's represented here on this board alone. The other thing is on the right-hand side of this, you'll see the place. So that's different than the DBNI ranking. This is their place in the Virtual Diplomacy League itself. So for the non-US players, this is a really high group of placed rankings or highly placed players participating in this game. Most notably, Peter McNamara, who was last year's winner of the Collimer Cup, the DB&I champion, sitting in 32nd place. I'm curious to see how Peter does and whether he'll be adding to his points and increasing that score.
If the worst ranked player on this board is Farron Jane, this is quite a book, because Farron Jane is an amazing diplomacy player. So this will be an amazing game to watch, I predict.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's get to our game. Pull up our map. See if I can get this going right. All right, I got it. So first up, David, I'll let you take the lead and I'll provide color.
Sure. Let's take a look at these openings and see if we can glean any interesting insights. The thing that jumps out at me actually is the Italian opening, with Eskil moving Eskil's armies around in a way that's sort of interesting. The reason that people do that is that sometimes Austria might want to order to Venice to keep the Italians, basically to keep them honest. That's not what happened here, but that's why you would do a move like that. Otherwise, these orders are all relatively standard openings, including the supported attack on Burgundy, which is not my favorite French opening, but is probably one of the maybe two top French openings in terms of frequency.
Yeah, I don't feel like any of these moves stand out a whole lot to me. They're pretty standard, and I think they're standard for good reason. They're all smart play. These are good players. Usually when I see a board like this, I'm assuming it's kind of a wait and see kind of environment. Nobody's making any big moves early, which for several of the players on this board, I know their styles personally, and that fits right along. It's maximizing flexibility.
It does. Now, let's see if everything's normal in the fall. The bounce in Belgium might be arranged, might not be arranged, but it's important to note that it means that neither party got the center. The Germans letting the Russians into Sweden is always an early indicator of how things are going to go in the West. And in other words, if it's clearly an EG in the beginning, that doesn't happen. This did happen, so it's at least not a clear EG in the beginning. Moving at the east, the Turkish army's holding is an interesting choice, isn't it? So not really in terms of waiting and not tipping your hand. That's really not tipping your hand. You're not trying to bounce anybody. You're not trying to help anybody. You're just holding out. The Italian borrowing of Trieste in exchange for the Italians' tempo move into the Aegean has become a very common AI tactic, and that's what they're using here.
Yeah, I've been a long-time advocate of the AI with that exact set of moves. When I play Italy and when I play Austria, I don't love that quite as much. But as Italy, I am a huge fan. And I think also something that stood out to me is Turkey is in the Black Sea. And I'm really curious to see what these adjustments are going to be. Any predictions, David?
Well, I'm going to predict that was not something that Peter's Russia was expecting, and we're going to see some kind of build in Sev, possibly even a fleet, which would be a very, of course, putting the gauntlet down kind of build, but that might be something that Peter thinks he needs to do. The question is, what do the Turks build? There's an Italian now in Aegean. Are they going to build in Smyrna? Are they going to build in Ankara, to keep going after the Russians? My guess is build in Smyrna, but we'll see. I
would agree with that. Yeah. Yep, got the army in Smyrna, maximizing flexibility once again.
Yeah, it's obviously defensive and has the ability, if he talks the Italians out of the Aegean, it can go to Armenia. So it's really flexible.
I'll be watching to see if there's perhaps support into Greece or something like that. There's a lot of fun things from this position in the east.
Sure. All right, looking into the West, we definitely do not have an EG. Instead, we have the English going to Helgoland-Biden trying to go to Skagerrak. But look at the Germans sniffing that out. Way to go, Nicola, who's been playing a long time and has a good sniffer, because normally you would support yourself to Baltic in this situation, but he must have sniffed that and bounced the fleet. That's important that he bounced that fleet out of Skagerrak for a lot of reasons. I mean, the English are now in Helgoland Bight, which means they're not in the North Sea because they had to bounce with the French, which means Norway's out there all by his lonesome with 2 Russian units on it. We'll see how that turns out in the fall. Otherwise, I would say not terribly surprising, except the Italians moving back out of Trieste to Venice is a little unusual, because sometimes if you're already got the AI going, you might want to go to Tyrolia or something, but we'll see.
Yeah, the only reason I could see that is maybe if they've agreed to give Italy Greece, and that's guaranteed or something like that. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yep.
Nope.
No, but he does take Tunis. Oh, I see. He moved back to Venice and he's bouncing with the French. That might have even been arranged between the two of them. The French taking Belgium, I guess, is not surprising, because if there's an EG war, then the French are usually going to benefit from that, and they're certainly benefiting from that here. The English do, in fact, lose Norway as expected. And the Russians have not, well, they took the Black Sea in the spring, so now they're moving the other fleet. That makes sense to move the army into Sevastopol. So this is still a complete RT war, looks like, with the Austrians having already taken Bulgaria.
And Russia having the upper hand in that arrangement.
This may actually be an AIR, dismembering of Turkey is actually might be what we have.
Yeah.
Because with 2 fleets, the Russians can't do much against the Austrians anyway. I think the bounce in Galicia, for example, is arranged. I suspect that the Budapest move to Romania is probably arranged, given the fact that he's supporting the fleet Black Sea to Khan. So it looks like one of these things we see a lot now of AIR getting together and smushing the Turks. So let's look at the West for a minute. The Germans actually now looks like they have got England on their side, maybe as a janissary or as a last-ditch effort to be relevant. The English have said, "How about if I support you to Sweden?" So that could be important here. It's a little bit of a turnaround. In the meantime, Farron is probably just going to dismember England, and with the Italians not coming west, although we do see Naples to Tyrrhenian, so we'll see. But if the Italians don't come west and put any pressure on Farron, this could be quite a growth opportunity for her.
Yeah, and I'm an admitted Italian apologist. Italy was for a long time my favorite power. Now it's my second favorite. I do not like. I feel like Italy is getting the least benefit out of this particular AIR arrangement, if that's in fact what we have.
Yeah, unless something is given to the Italians in the fall, which I guess is a possibility.
Yeah, and especially because Austria can take Trieste back anytime they want it to. So
indeed, yep.
That doesn't even count.
Yeah, they could take the Italians could take Smyrna with a convoy. We didn't mention this earlier, but they tried the Lepanto convoy in the spring, which the Turks bounced in Syria. But this time, with Austrian support, they take Smyrna. So I guess Italy's getting that out of it. Otherwise, the Turks are able to successfully defend Ankara, so they don't lose both centers. Let's look at the West for a minute. Anything going on here? Well, of course, the French could force Liverpool, which they did. But otherwise, it looks like really that's about it, because the English really couldn't take Norway, although they gave it a shot. So Farron's up 1. The English are down. Germans building that third fleet is very relevant. That's probably anti-Russian as opposed to anti-France or defensive against the English, but we shall see. The moment of truth is about to arrive here for the air, and it always does. Once the Turks are dead or about dead, what happens next? Do you get a Russia-Italian wintergreen, or do you get something else? Do you get the Italians losing out? We're going to find out in a minute, because it's time for something else to happen there. There's too many units down there to easily disengage them without conflict.
I don't like the setup for the wintergreen here. That's a really good alliance, but I don't like this.
Not with the extra. You've really got too many fleets and too few armies for the Italians to build a wintergreen.
Yep, and then Farron also had the ability to build that fleet in Marseille, which is just going to really hurt any Western advance for Italy.
My guess is that forces, if Eskel wasn't going west already, he's going west now.
Yeah.
I would think. There they go. Yep. In fact, they go really west, like every unit orders west, except for Smyrna, because it's needed to kill off the Turks. But the Austrians do move away in the sense of, well, I guess they're not really moving away, but they're moving towards their target. There's still somebody's bill is going to get paid in the east, which we're not there yet. In the west, I mean, we've just got Farron continuing to dominate. By the convoy to Wales is pretty devastating. The English, I think, are probably just decided to not care about their home country, and they're going to try to live in exile somewhere in Scandinavia if they're going to try to live at all. Could be interesting. Hold from the German armies. So hopefully, the Germans are certainly, and Nikolai's certainly hoping that he still has a deal with Farron. We'll see, because the English are almost dead, and then Farron's got to decide what to do, if anything, with the Italians coming.
So it's an interesting place for Germany for me right now. I'm not sure how I feel about the German position. I definitely don't like France being as strong as they are with as much tempo as they've got on the English centers. But when Doug Moore talked about the strategy for Germany is you want to see arrows moving away from the middle of the board. And that is exactly what you see here, which could bode well. I'm fascinated. I think a lot will come down to how the East plays out.
Honestly, I thought the German fleet was going to go to the Baltic and do that, which it did not do. So we'll see if Nikolai's trying to slow play this. Maybe that's the plan. So kicking the English out of the North Sea is really good until you realize, wait, they can go to Belgium. But I guess Nikolai doesn't care if it goes to Belgium. That wasn't very well thought through in the sense that Farron could have gone to Belgium. So there was at least some failure to communicate there. The Russians keeping the French out of Edinburgh is fascinating. You might think that the Russians and the French are going to maybe try to work together against the Germans now, but that certainly doesn't look like it from that play. In the East, you've got something happening here, right? The Russians going into Caen to take the Austrians out, and also, hitting Romania, going to Ukraine. So this may be the situation where the Russians have made a move against the Austrians with Italian help from Smyrna. So maybe they're trying to do a wintergreen, although, man, the Italians really are not set up to deal with the Austrians if the Austrians want to,
retaliate.
Fight back. Yeah, retaliate for what I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah. And if it is wintergreen here, it would definitely be to the advantage of Russia.
Anytime you build a fleet north coast, you are putting down a marker. And the marker you're putting down is, I'm not worried about the Germans, because that's, it's not that you can't use that against the Germans, but you can sure use a South Coast fleet better defensively against the Germans. So the Russians really have, I think, decided to try to work with the Germans against Farron. We'll see if that's what the Germans are interested in.
It's going to be fascinating. So David, who do you like here?
A lot of this depends on what the Italians do, honestly. I don't like the Italian position the best, but I think if the Italians continue to pressure Farron, that's going to benefit Peter, maybe Nikolai, depending on how that goes. If the Italians don't keep pressing Farron, I'm picking Farron.
I think I'm going to pick Peter. I think Peter's hungry from a game standpoint, and I think there's enough. I think Austria would prefer to get Italian dots easier than Russian dots at this point. So, and he's got a good relationship with Germany, apparently.
Okay, well, the East tumble continues, because now the Italians are helping the Austrians into a Russian center, the same one, by the way. At the same time, Serbia goes to Trieste, and the Germans go to Tyrolia. And so the Germans actually, the move to Trieste might actually be some kind of defensive thing, with the AI working together on defense. And certainly it doesn't look like the Russians have gotten the Italians on side here. So it looks like maybe still AI. Germans, of course, taking Belgium away from the English. That's fine. That's fine with Farron. She doesn't care. Maybe she can take it back later. In fact, the English units that exist both got killed in the spring, so not even going to be relevant for the fall turn. So we're getting ready to see some things come to roost here.
Yeah, this game just got exciting. It's I mean it's been a good game the whole time. Like I've really enjoyed like the balance. It's a balance of power game. But it's about to blow wide open. I can't wait.
Yeah, that fleet that went to Barents seems awfully not very helpful to me. We'll see if Peter can figure out a way for it to help. All right, fall turn. Yes, the Austrians actually leave Trieste, so that does probably to cover Vienna if nothing else. So I don't think that means there's a problem, but the Italians have moved east. Now, this is what I said earlier about it. Now it could be that Eskil just figured out Farron's too strong. I can't make any progress here. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to go east and try to do something there, because Smyrna takes Khan with Russian help. So we've got lots of what I think somebody in this network will call dipsy doodle going on in the east. And I think Khan has now been owned recently by all three Eastern powers, remaining Eastern powers. So this is fascinating. The Italians keep going back and forth as between the Austrians and the Russians. And I think the fact that he's moved his fleets back means that he has really committed now against Austria. It's certainly what it looks like, but we'll see.
So France ordering that many hold, to me, that's signaling. It has to be signaling. Who are they signaling to? Germany?
Signaling to the Italians as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not trying to make any progress here. I'm not taking a supported shot at Western Med, for example. I'm just going to hold. And so you do what you need to do. And if you give me flexibility, Italy, I will do something in the West instead of the East. Maybe that's the diplomatic move. Nicolas' play seems awfully slow play. Now, that is his style for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But to not do anything in that situation, in other words, self-bouncing in Sweden, not really making a move, is pretty slow play, even for Nicolas.
On counterpoint, he did pick up Belgium.
Yeah, against the dead English. I'm saying, but now it's time to commit. Of course, I'm a commitment guy, and Nicolas is not. But to me, it's time to commit one way or the other. Even in the fall term, I might have considered committing. Now, maybe he can't diplomatically do it at this point because neither side will cooperate. I don't know. We'll see what he builds, though. That's, kind of almost had to build the army, I guess. It's 3 fleets is plenty for the situation he's in.
Yeah, it's the French build that I was curious about. Fleet Brest's got to be, I don't know who that's against.
I think it had to be Fleet Brest on any occasion. An army Paris is just too many armies all plopped in the middle of France. I don't think that's necessary. And she probably didn't think that was necessary. The fleet can be used against the Germans because that's essentially what it's going to be, as a fleet war if she fights the Germans, or it can be used against the Italians if she decides to go that way. Sure looks like she has decided at least to look like she's going that way. Because Edinburgh to Clyde is a I am friends with Germany move, in addition to the obviously the move to Lyon. And the Germans are moving east. So it looks like, at least for now, the FG is still on. Let's look at the Dipsy Doodle category, which is the east, because Khan is now, again, taken by the Russians, because the Russians are supporting the Italians into Bulgaria. This is amazing how many times this has gone back and forth. But I guess the Italians really have committed now against the Austrians, which is why the Austrians go ahead and take Trieste.
David will take Dipsy Doodle for 2,000. What is the center that has changed hands more than any other unit on the board? The answer would be, what is Constantinople?
It's always great if the Russians can get in Khan and then move into the Med through Khan. That's always a great thing for the Russians if they can. We'll see if that happens in this game, but it's always fun when you can do that. All right, commitment from Nicolas, which the moves last turn were pretty educational about that anyway. And now, of course, taking Norway and moving into Silesia, Bohemia, Vienna. So this is quite a move for Nicolas in 1906. 1906 looks like it's the year of Nicolas in terms of positioning. Otherwise, anything else happening? The Russians take Romania. So the wintergreen attack on the Austrians continue, and the French are sort of setting up to do various things. But notice that English Channel is still an English Channel. It didn't go to the Mid-Atlantic. Brest went to the Mid-Atlantic. So she's still able to respond or maybe even go all on the offense should she wish, because she's in Norwegian. I'm sure that's just to cut off the Russian retreat, right? Right? Maybe.
I'm loving this game. Like, it's very dynamic. It's a mess, but it's a mess between some very, very good players. So to be a fly on the wall in the negotiations here, this would be a fun one.
Yeah, the big move in this game so far has been Italy going west and now Italy going completely east. And that to me is very beneficial to Farron. So we'll see.
So where does Germany go from here?
Germany has committed against Russia, but has 3 fleets that are not in great position. I mean, I guess the Russians are going to build in St. Pete. They eliminated that fleet. So, Peter has to make some progress here against the Russians, and I'm assuming that's the plan, unless he's there to try to take a center from the carcass of the Austrians when they get carved up by the wintergreen. The thing I think Nikolai really needs to worry about is Farron, honestly, because Farron's got the position to do something to Nikolai, and she could actually do it in 1907.
Now. Yeah.
Well, she goes to Belgium and tries to go to the North Sea unless that's arranged. Now, she also moved out or tried to move out of English Channel. So this could just be a little pinprick, or this could be a deal, but I don't know. If I were Farron in this situation with the German unit, now the German fleet's going to Baltic and Sweden, this may be a good time to do something, but we'll see what happens in the fall turn. The Italians go to Greece, take that. I said earlier, the cool thing for the Russians, if they can get into the Mediterranean, they have done that. Or into the Mediterranean region. I mean, they have done that, go into the Aegean Sea with their fleet. And the Germans are trying to intervene in the Balkans, and they're assuming that's what's going to happen here. We'll see right now if that Belgium thing was arranged or not.
I'm guessing not.
Answer, definitely not. Farron has pulled the trigger. In fact, Farron, oh my goodness, the Italians are giving up against Farron. There must have been some kind of diplomatic failure here. In other words, Eskil doesn't care that Farron is coming. That's very obvious from these moves. So there must have been some kind of diplomatic failure that's caused Eskil to basically kamikaze to the east to Farron's benefit. This is now, I mean, goes without saying almost, but this is now Farron's game. And 1907 really was the year of Farron Jane. Just look at the position.
I mean, I just saw this. I was like, wow. Farron just made one of the most vicious stabs I've seen in quite a while. Now, you and I have been doing a lot of games. Not just the stab, but the fact that she's getting both the German and Italian dots. She's getting position along with it. It's beautiful.
And every single Eastern unit is essentially moving, that could be moving west, is moving east.
Yeah.
Again, good news for Farron.
Well, that's a diplomatic coup for Farron. There's no other way to describe that.
I mean, the Austrians were faced with a wintergreen. They're up 2. The Italians are down 2. So that wintergreen had lost its flavor. +3 for the, man, that's just a gigantic move for Farron Jane. Good for her. All right. So, but now she basically needs to hold position in the West, because there's nothing better she can do, but she has Italian help into Venice. She's getting into the Ionian. Eskil has decided that Farron is going to take this game.
Yes.
Now, Farron decided that first, but Eskil agreed with Farron that Farron Jane was going to take this game. And that's what's happening here. The Austrian units are going all east. Look at that.
So, David, I just a couple right before the show, there was a thread on Reddit and Diplomacy asking about how solos happen. This is how solos happen. I said, hey, solos are usually given, not forced. and we've got a willing ally helping Farron through the difficult centers. She's got a ton of position, and I mean, what's impressing me is Farron Jane is going toe-to-toe with a former world champion and the winner of last year's DBNI Invitational and dominating.
Well, for one thing, they're against each other, I think.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, in terms of solo, I don't know that solo is in the cards here simply because the German position's not that bad. And there's only so much movement she can make in the Mediterranean region. Mediterranean theater, but nevertheless, a dominating performance. And I'm sure that this is diplomatic more than anything else with respect to Eskel.
Yeah.
Because the French take Naples now as they do, while keeping everything else essentially copacetic. But she does have that fleet now that she can redeploy north to the North Atlantic. We now have Austrian units moving back west, so perhaps Austria and Russia have come to an agreement here because Austria is voluntarily vacating Romania. So it could very well be that Austria and Russia have buried the hatchet, except for the fact that I guess they're going to Cannes. Well, Cannes can go to Cannes. That also may have been agreed to get the Russian fleet into play because now there's 2 Russian fleets in the Mediterranean. That's probably a deal. I don't know.
Yeah, typically I would say no, but if you consider the green are actually French, it does make sense.
It does. Man, what a commanding position for the French. I mean, but to say, I don't think there's time to force a solo in this situation. That it would be different if Nikolai was falling apart, but A, his position's pretty good, and B, it's Nikolai Sahuge.
Yeah, I mean, Peter and Nicola are gonna, and Nicola in Austria also, definitely have the units to stop a solo. They work together.
I think
and they
that's
know how to do
true.
it.
Although I don't think anybody else could, even in theory, top this board at this point.
Yeah. Just curious to see how far Farron's gonna go.
The answer is a little farther because of Puglia, a little farther because Norwegian. I mean, the position's certainly hasn't gotten any worse than it was. Now, Peter building that fleet north coast is important in the sense that if Farron had any sort of illusions of grandeur here in terms of getting more than just a regular big top, I think that's gone.
But I think this is a good moment for all of the viewers to watch a couple players who are some of the top players in the game stop solo. So.
Agreed. Yeah, but now Farron is no tactical slouch either. You can see getting the position into Helgo and Bite, and this is not just a diplomatic victory for her. She is making good moves and setting really good position up as well. The Italian retreat to Ionian doesn't mean much because, of course, as you point out, it's a French fleet. Interesting that the Germans built the fleet there. That's really good that he's able to do that. He doesn't really need the extra army, so he can sort of backfill into the Baltic, and that can be defensive. I mean, this is basically a locked up position. It shouldn't be too much longer before this game gets called, I would think. Not much here. The Russians taking Norway is probably just to defend. It has to be just to defend it against the French. French do lose Albania. I mean, at some point, your units get so far advanced that they can't really defend themselves, and that's kind of there. But here they are. The French are in Tyrolia. I mean, this game's essentially over. It's been over since the year of Farron Jane 1907. It's been over. So we'll see how much longer it goes before they call it.
Is Munich at risk now because the fleet build?
Obviously, it totally depends on what the AR people are doing.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It's probably not.
Yeah, and it's even over. Yep. It's over with the 1909 center count, but this game's been over since the year of our fair in 1907. What a well played game for her. And of course, this is mostly about Eskel turning, and not only turning but turning and then not caring. that Farron's going to top the board. But again, part of the game.
A big part of the game.
Yeah.
When you realize you're not going to win, what are your secondary motivations, and how do you, as a board topper or a potential board topper, identify what those motivations are and help people succeed in those? That was the topic of the panel discussion in this month's Deadline News. The topic for next month's Deadline News panel discussion is soloing. Excellent. I'll definitely tune in for that one. So, all right, David, I really enjoyed that game. And I believe at this point it is my turn to hop off, and we're going to say hello to Karthik. Karthik, welcome. Oh, you're muted, Karthik.
There we go. Thanks for having me back.
All right. I'll see you guys soon.
Apparently, Farron J knows how to play diplomacy. What do you think, Karthik?
Yeah, turns out to be very true.
Let's see what rogues gallery they're giving us for the first game of the second round. Do you want me to do this, or you want to do it, Karthik?
I'll let you take it.
Liam Stokes, our favorite chaos agent from Victoria, British Columbia, playing the Austrians. Christian Brown, one of the Windy City Weasels, who is also capable of interesting and unique experimentation on the board. We were talking about that earlier. Those are two players who like to do that. Natty Schaefer, a little more down the middle player from Salt Lake City, very competent player, probably on the verge of breaking out at some point into a tournament victory of his own. Jason Massbaum, perennial contender and number 3 right now in the DBNI because of his win at the whipping tournament back in April. Wesley Ketchum, a real student of the game, and another one of the Windy City Weasels who is really got a lot of skill and ability. Another player who absolutely could dominate this board if he gets the right things going. Craig Mayer, one of our old standards in the face-to-face hobby, is a doctor in Montana and a great diplomat face-to-face as well as in the virtual setting. And then Tony Mordvanov from Israel, who's come on lately and played a lot of games and is improving his game. So we'll see if he can improve on the last Turk got killed. Let's see if Ronan can avoid that in this game. What do you think, Karthik?
I think I agree with you 100%. This is truly a den of thieves, and I'm excited to see what will happen.
Why don't you take the play-by-play, and I'll do the color on this one.
Sure. So we see some interesting openings here, actually. In England, we see the move from London to English Channel and from Liverpool to Wales, showing a very, very strong anti-French opening from the English. And then from the French, we see also a very anti-English opening, with Brest going to the English Channel and Paris going to Picardy. But then from the Italians, we see also a very anti-French opening with Venice to Piedmont. We don't see the German follow-through you normally see here with Munich to Burgundy. So it'll be interesting to see if Jason still comes anti-French, or if he knew this was going to happen and said, I want no part of this EGI triple.
Natty, did you not take a shower? What's going on here? Everybody, what's going on?
Exactly. It's very, very interesting to see what's going on there. In the South, we see Roni going with the very popular late opening of Smyrna to Ankara to Black Sea, which allows Ankara to go to Constantinople in the fall. It'll be interesting to see if it does go there. And then we see Craig open South Standard, see the Standard bounce in Galicia, relatively normal play over there.
Indeed, yep. At least we're not going to have the borrowing Trieste thing from the Italians this game.
Indeed. Some very, very interesting play in the North once more, with Denmark sneaking into the North Sea, Ruhr making it to Holland, while North Sea goes to Norway. This is one of those really dangerous things when you make this opening, is that when you force the North Sea to go into Norway, you leave yourself open for the possibility that Denmark winds up in the North Sea. Craig gets left into Sweden, which potentially could cause some issues for him next year. French go to Mid-Atlantic. Spain makes the wrong guess here, unfortunately, and covers Marseille. It's very interesting North play. And then in the South, we see the convoy to Tunis as expected, while Piedmont goes to Tyrolia. And then relatively standard play from Russia going to Romania. But what is important to note is that instead of having Serbia support Albania into Greece, Serbia instead chooses to support Ukraine into Romania, which denies them the ability to get Greece this year. I think that may be a costly mistake.
He almost certainly got talked into that by
For
Craig.
sure. For sure.
Craig said to him, "Hey, I need to bounce the Black Sea, the Turks in the Black Sea. So you got to help me into Romania because we're fighting the Turks." I don't think Craig's fighting the Turks.
I would 100% agree with that. So adjustments, I think, for the most part, about what you'd expect. Interesting to note, the fleet build in Brest suggesting the continued anti-English offensive. Fleet build in Kiel also suggesting anti-English, though could also go anti-Russian. Everything else, I mean, Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples, Army Budapest, about what is required.
Fleet Smyrna tells me that Turkey also does not think that he's fighting Russia.
Exactly. Good. That's very good to point out. Yeah. He is certainly not fighting Russia. Do you want to take this one?
Sure. I mean, he's moving away from Russia with all deliberate speed, as they said in a famous court decision.
Yeah.
The AI still going together, it looks like, with the supported move into Greece. It's great that for West that he gets Greece because Liam's sort of out of position to do it. Well, I guess he didn't have to, though, because this self-bounce in Trieste is awfully defensive on the part of Liam. So there must not have been complete trust there. I don't know. As many of us have said before, the problem with putting the Italians into Greece is that now you have that Austrian fleet's back there doing nothing and not really able to do much of anything unless you're going to move the Italian fleet out of Greece. Let's look at the West for a minute. England's problems just continue, don't they? Germans convoy to Edinburgh. That's bad.
Yep.
That's bad.
Very bad.
Yeah, and losing Norway, which of course they were going to do. So in that way, it is similar to the last game we saw, where England was getting crunched by their neighbors.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then also, with Craig taking Norway and the Italians getting Greece, it's going to be interesting to see how the East resolves. All it seems clear to me, at least right now, is that Austria's in some deep trouble.
I guess the Germans can still lose Edinburgh here.
Yep. And Norwegian, Yorkshire, and then London taps North Sea.
Yeah, entirely possible. And that's what happens.
Yep. But
the French convoy into London, so it doesn't really help that much.
The English problems compound, I think is the name of this game. North Sea supports the French convoy into London. So while they lose, while England manages to save themselves from losing Edinburgh, they end up losing London instead, with Edinburgh sure to fall next year. Plus, they lose Norway. Christian Brown, unfortunately, will probably be our first exit for this game. But speaking of more problems that we can see, if we jump down to Austria, more problems for them as well, as Romania supports Bulgaria into Serbia, while Greece slides into Bulgaria instantly, and Tunisia winds up in Greece. So it seems that Austria and Turkey are the big losers here, while Russia's the big winner, and Italy's the big winner. France collects the two easy builds in Portugal and Spain finally. England, Turkey, and Austria. They need to find a way out real fast if they want to live this game.
I'm smelling wintergreen in this game.
I'm smelling the same. Some fresh mints.
Really, the Italians should not have been the ones to get Greece and Bulgaria if Austria was their friend. So
right.
That's
100% agreed.
Yeah. All right. What do we got for 03? We have England's woes continuing, which is there's nothing they can do. There's really at this point. Right. The question is, it's always the question when you kill the witches or kill a witch or really kill anybody, what's the next step for your alliance? It's already time for that decision to be made as between the French and the Germans. So let's look at the East. Is anything happening? Red arrow, red arrow, red arrow, red arrow, red arrow, Black Sea.
Yep. Black Sea, the one black arrow. That's awfully poetic, I would say. But speaking of the French and the Germans resolving their side of the map, France has given themselves a lot of options. With the fleet in Spain and Mao and Irish Sea, it is very, very easy for the French to either redeploy north, with Mao siding up to now, Irish forcing their way into Liverpool with German support, and then having Spain go back, go up to English Channel at some point. or everything could come down south. I mean, this is a really, really good position. I think Nadi put himself in a great position to succeed this game.
Yeah, the negotiations, as always, between French and the Italians. Let's keep peace as long as we can because it's good for both of us. But if whichever one of us gets the jump on the other has the benefit of that. So
Exactly.
Always a game of chicken.
Mm-hmm. So
and chickens are coming home to roost, it looks like.
Yep. Indeed. I mean, the French send Mao to the North Africa, and then they send Spain to Western. But it seems that Italy has also kind of figured something like that may happen since they send Naples to Tyrrhenian. They don't commit fully to the defense, though, as they send Ionian to Greece, probably expecting a bounce with the Aegean, in all honesty. But with the support of Trieste, Austria is trying to cling on to survival as Liam, the Chaos Agent, offers support for Greece to Serbia, forcing the Serbian Union to retreat to Albania and potentially getting the Italians yet another build. The Black Sea supports Bulgaria's south coast to Constantinople, which is a really good move, in my opinion, from a strategic perspective, because Bulgaria's south coast is a really lousy place for a fleet to be. Constantinople gives it a lot more flexibility in where it can go, what it can do. So I think that's a really good, smart move for the RI. Certainly the smart move for the I. In the West, we see Germany moving into position for an attack on Russia, which suggests this will be very much an FG versus RI game, and it'll be interesting to see who wins a tactical battle between them.
You know, the interesting thing about Liam is it is true that he and Italy are still friendly. I mean, they have made no moves against each other. It's just that Italy's gotten all the benefit. Exactly.
This is very much a capital I, lowercase a alliance.
I think it's going to have to change here in a minute, though.
I think so, too. I mean, with the units around Trieste, not to spoil things look bad for the Austrians.
I think so, too.
Oh, turns out I'm wrong.
Wow. Okay. In fact, the Italians could not be more let's go west than they just did.
Wow, yeah. So I guess let's start there since you brought it up. Tyrrhenian goes to Lyon, Naples goes to Tyrrhenian, Ionian goes to Naples, Aegean goes to Ionia. This is like a nice little conga line with the Turkish, who looked like they were left for dead, winding up in the Ionian Sea. Probably can't do too much on that position other than be a very big nuisance to the Italians. But my, oh my, a lot of black there. Looks like the French will probably have Tunis, at least for this turn, if I had to guess. Then we look like, if we look towards the north, the French bounce the Italians out of Piedmont, while they also make a move towards Yorkshire, suggesting that Yorkshire will likely be moving into Liverpool with German support this turn, or vice versa. Denmark supports Baltic Sea into Sweden, forcing that issue. So all in all, the F and the G are making very, very strong progress in the north, while the IR is a little bit slower.
I think the question in my mind is, what is the Turk and the Ionian doing there?
Exactly.
If it has become some kind of janissary for the Italians, then fine. I mean, maybe the Italians could put him in Tunis even. We'll see.
Given the bounce in the Aegean Sea, I'm not as convinced that there will be some sort of janissary deal between them, but it's very, very possible. Yeah.
Maybe that's what he thought. He went to Tunis thinking the Italians were going to put him there or something, maybe.
Clearly a lie. But yeah, no. So in the south, if you start in the southeast, Ankara supports Constantinople towards Smyrna, which will say goodnight to Rodi Mormunov. And as we go further towards the west, we see Austria trying to make an attack on the Italians, but with Russian support that is easily defensed. At the same time, though, we see the Italians supporting the Austrians into Bohemia, suggesting some sort of testy, we're friends, not friends, frenemies. In the Mediterranean area, we see the Italian fleets continuing to move as Naples goes to Tyrrhenian, Tyrrhenian goes to Western, putting them in position to retake Tunis in the near future. At the same time, the French move into position, basically to sort of lock up their part of the Mediterranean, hoping probably to put a fleet build in there as well.
Yeah, the fact that the French getting two builds here should really matter a lot.
Exactly.
But I still like Wesley's position. If he's really got Liam sort of kind of trying to help, or at least trying to be relevant to him, that could really be good for his long-term prospects here.
But yeah, it's very interesting to know that both of the witches died this turn, though. Both England and Turkey, that is, no longer with us.
They were the water was thrown on them and they melted, both of them.
Indeed.
All right. Well, let me look at the 1905 moves. The Italians taking Tunis because the French leave. That's also interesting. Because I guess they leave because now they're threatening Naples and so forth. So that's
Right.
probably just a raider type idea from Natty. Yeah, the Austrians and Italians hit the Romanians. I think that's just to kill the Russian fleet, probably.
I think so, too.
So I think Liam thinks he's a junior partner with the Wintergreen, and that could be what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Wintergreen can pull that off and use the Austrian armies against FG, that could maybe allow the East to beat the West.
Agreed. Yeah, if they can make that tempo work in their favor, that'd be huge for them. But I do not think that is the case here, as we see Romania, the Italian unit in Romania, supporting the Russian unit in Galicia into Budapest. We see a nice little switcheroo with the Aegean Sea burying themselves in Bulgaria's south coast once more. Bulgaria signed to Serbia, likely trying to get those armies moving places. We see Piedmont going back to Tyrolia and Tyrolia going back to Trieste, basically just mopping up the loss of the Austrians, while Silesia pulls back to Russia, likely to defend against that unit in Prussia that could have caused some issues there. In the north, we see an attempted attack on Norway that is defensed. Unfortunately, with the Denmark to Sweden move, North Sea convoying Eden to Norway, he really should have chosen one at the other end, potentially, see what would have happened there. But or maybe potentially he thought he was just cutting Norway. It's like, that's probably what was more likely.
That's probably what he thought, without leaving the North Sea.
Exactly. Yeah, that's actually a smart move set.
People forget that you can use a convoy to cut things and leave the fleet in place in case, in other words, you don't want to leave that place, but you want to do cutting. Convoys are a great way to do that. I'm really impressed by the moves coordination between Wes and Craig, who are both really good tacticians.
Yep.
And I'm impressed with the moves here. It can be really hard to disengage the Wintergreen once it has succeeded. You know what I mean? It often leads to war unless you're really careful in how you move your units around. It looks to me like they're already getting a good head start on that.
For sure. One important move I want to bring up, though, is support for Livonia to St. Petersburg. They try to do it. Craig tried to do a double bounce there to leave St. Petersburg open for a build, and Jason correctly sussed that out. And that +1 will not be going in St. Petersburg this turn.
That's nice for Jason. Yeah, as often happens when there's not external threats, a Franco-Italian war is a stalemate at this point.
Right.
Unless something else happens. But I continue to be impressed. Look how the units from the Wintergreen are disengaging from each other.
Correct. Yeah, we see Serbia just shuffling upwards. Everything's working really well there.
Yeah, that's a sign of a well-functioning, well-oiled alliance from two people who really know what they're doing with pieces. Otherwise, in the overall scheme of things, who's going to win the FG versus the IR? You still have the Austrians supporting Trieste to Tyrol. So he still thinks he's a puppet.
Yep.
And he's
much smaller puppet than before, but
now he has a puppet that his strings are cut.
Yep.
But otherwise, there's not really a lot to say here, right? It's really just a lot of moving pieces around up against the line between two alliances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this resolves. It probably will just be like a 9-9, 8-8 at the end when all is said and done.
I don't know. I think the Italian position is okay once he deals with that Naples raider.
You think that there'll be some sort of like stabbing between the alliances, like the inter-alliance stab?
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, the year of 1907 was so important in the last game. Let's see if the year of 1907 is important in this game.
Very true. So yeah, just setting up position to blow up that unit in Naples. That should be fine. I'm not sure I like that move from. Actually, no, I take that back. This is a very reasonable move set. So yeah, this should guarantee that Naples is forced to retreat to Apulia this turn, with Apulia going back to Rome and Tyrrhenian, forcing Spain to Naples in the fall. We also see Moscow sliding down to Warsaw, which will allow the army in St. Liege to get blown up. Norway finally falls to the Germans. So it seems to me that at least in the north, the Franco-German alliance is making a lot of progress in getting the dots that they ought to have for themselves.
Although they're going to have 4 units against the German position, it looks to me like they're going to crack it, killing that German army in Silesia. Let's see in the fall turn.
Right.
Yeah, they take Berlin. Yep. So 1907, I said, is it going to matter? Well, the Italians convoy to Naples to get that army away from their Russian friends. Again, very smart in terms of alliance stability. So the Italians take Naples. The Russians take Berlin. Now, the Russians also lost Norway, but still it's a net gain for the East. In addition to the fact that they've got position out the wazoo.
Yep. Getting Berlin as an Eastern power is just huge because, when you have a unit in Silesia and a unit in Prussia, so long as you can, safeguard Livonia, from being taken, you can hold that forever.
I'm really starting to like the Eastern position after the year of 1907.
Yep. Looks like it's the year of our Lord 1907, or sorry, the year of the East 1907, like it was the year of Farron.
Yeah, the year of Wintergreen, 1907.
Yep, exactly.
All right, 1908. What have you got in store for us?
A lot of black arrows.
It's
wow.
True. Yeah. Oh, wow.
So we see the unit in Tyrolia being supported into Munich with Silesia and Bohemia, Berlin creating basically putting some pressure there. And then we see the shuffle just going brilliantly with Naples going to Rome, Rome to Venice, Venice to Tyrolia. We also see the unit in North Africa being forced to retreat to Mao, with Tunis supporting Western Inn. Tyrrhenian slides into Western, Ionian moves forward. Just a great turn for the wintergreen all around. You have to be very, very happy with that if you were either Craig or West.
Fair and Jane's game was mostly a diplomatic sort of move around kind of game. This is a tactical fight that is really good for young players to watch how you can move some units around. That blown up German army in Silesia, which was frankly overextended, is exactly what caused this problem because he did not have that German army available for the fall of 1907. And all of this is as a result of that, I think.
Agreed. I think the viewers are truly in for a treat, given that we got to see a really great diplomatic game in the first one and a really good tactical one here.
Karthik, look at the convoy to Marseille.
Oh, my. Marseille gets blown up and the convoy succeeds. You have an army in Marseille and an army in Piedmont to back it up. You could truly not ask for a better position here. So I think Nadia assumed that Lyon would be giving support. So we thought with all these cuts that Marseille would be safe for sure. But unfortunately, there was one little wrinkle he missed, in that you cannot cut a convoy. You have to either blow it up or the top doesn't do anything. So unfortunately, Marseille is going to fall there, which is huge for the wintergreen. That is probably the biggest move of the game, I'd have to say. So now you have the wintergreen in Munich. You have the wintergreen in Berlin, both of which creates a perfectly defensible position there. You have the Italians in Marseille. You have them in Sweden. I think that pain and trouble for the FG is just going to keep continuing here. This is really bad for them.
Yeah, that's some really good tactics. I talked about how you can use a convoy to cut things. You can also use a convoy to avoid being cut.
Correct.
What a great set of moves for somebody learning the game to watch this game.
Yep.
All right, 1909. Surely there's even more.
Oh, my. It seems that the Germans are walking out of Kiel for the Russians here. Munich didn't offer any support. Kiel just walked out to Holland.
Convoyed to Edinburgh, too, look.
Convoyed to Edinburgh, too, as well, yeah. So Norway gets convoyed, which means that Craig gets 2 dots he may not have gotten otherwise. It seems that this is basically Natty and Jason recognize that their tactical position was completely blown up by the series of the last couple of moves. So now they need to go into some diplomatic play, basically saying, hey, Wes, you either stab Craig now or Craig is going to win this game. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out from here.
Well, the thing that makes this interesting is that Wes has set himself up to respond. He went to Trieste and he went to Ionian.
Yep. These are some very, very smart moves from Wes. Probably either getting told by Jason and Natty that this is you have to do it, or foreseeing it. Either way, brilliantly done by him.
I'm not sure Natty's on board. I think this is all Jason, because Jason's going and screwing around with Natty at this point.
Right, but Edinburgh moved to Liverpool, right? There's no reason for Edinburgh to move like that unless
the Germans. The
Center for the combo, maybe.
The Germans supported Marseille de Burgundy. I don't
Right.
know what's going on here, but I'm not positive it's been worked out. Look, convoy to London.
Yeah, no, this is some very, very interesting plays here. I'm not exactly sure what the diplomacy is here. We see the bounce in Vienna. I'm not sure if that's arranged either. It's very interesting to see what's happening here in fall 1909.
I would guess that's arranged.
Yeah.
But I also think that Jason has just decided, you know what? I'm going to play Kingmaker. I'm going to try to make Craig top over Wes. Maybe that's what's happening.
I think so.
+3 for the Russians. It's always he kept one. He waved because he is an alliance guy. Craig is in this particular game, and he's trying not to clear off the Italians.
Craig, the alliance player. That is one of the more crazy things I've seen this game. But let's see what happens. Let's see if he's rewarded for it.
Yeah,
he's not. He probably should have put that unit in Sebastopol. Wow, just a brilliant set of moves from Wes once again. I mean, we've been saying, singing Wes's praises this game. This is just yet another fantastic turn by Wes. The convoy for Piedmont to Albania puts him in such a good position here because that allows Trieste to go to Budapest, Albania to go to Serbia, and for Trieste to then support Tyrolia to Venice, basically giving him all 3 of those Balkan territories that are currently purple right now. What a huge set of orders for him. Unfortunately, that does mean that Western gets sent back to Tunis, but that is not an issue at all in the grand scheme of things at all, because he'll never lose Tunis from this position, given the time constraints of this game.
And he's even got a raider in the mid-Atlantic.
Exactly.
Well, the Russians can take Munich back, but that's about it. My guess is this is not really West trying to, smush Craig. He's just trying to say, yeah, it's going to be me topping the board, not you.
Right. I mean, there's not much he could smush Craig more than he already has, so I guess it doesn't really matter much either way.
Wouldn't surprise me if the game gets called here because, Wes has established himself as the leader, and with not much time left, it's 1910. Probably not much time left. I think this is probably a foregone conclusion.
Do you think that he won't make a play for Spain or something like that here?
My guess is they call the game. But
okay. Yeah, you're right. This is why you're the veteran and I'm the youth, as they say.
It's just a guess, but sometimes the guess is right. Because he had established his position. He knew the game was about over. Another center's probably not going to matter. Diplomatically, something goofy might happen. Go ahead and take the board top and like it, which he probably does. Probably likes this one a lot.
Very good point. I mean, you're absolutely right. There are plays that could be made on Edinburgh, London, and if Jason's really upset, he could give Holland or Belgium away and suddenly it vanishes. Very, very good point.
Wes is a great tactician, and I think this shows you why.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, David, we're going to bid you farewell for a bit, and we're going to welcome Adam into the stream. I will just say that when I have a strong alliance player, like we saw from Craig, I love it when they don't defend their dots at the end of the game. That's my favorite ally. So, also why I don't do well in most leagues. So, all right, Adam, it's going to be you and Karthik. David, thank you.
Well, that last one was fun. Let's see what's next.
Indeed.
All right. You want to take the lineup?
Sure. So in Austria, we have our very own Ed Sullivan, currently 4th in DBNI, 16th in the VDL. Fantastic player, coming from Houston. We have the #1 player in the VDL overall, Michalis Kamarides. Fantastic player from Brighton, Great Britain. We have Aiden Lewis from North Carolina, just like our very own David Hood. We have Aslan Sarwar coming from Lahore, Pakistan. Very cool to see an international player. Very excited to see how he does. Currently 59th in DBNI, unranked right now in the VDL. I think this is his first game. Hopefully he'll play really well. We have Brother Board, a.k.a. Blake, one of the premier writers in the hobby, one of the premier gunboat players as well. We'll see how he does in virtual face-to-face. Also from Houston, Christopher Ward, longtime player, very active in the VDL. Currently 25th. Let's see if he can make a play for the top 7 here. And our very own Brandon Vogel, not that special of a player from what I've heard, coming from Chicago, 3rd place in VDL. I'm not sure how that happened. I'm assuming something's going to change there.
This is a cool board. I'm equally excited to see some international players on this board. I'm also very curious. I've read a lot of Brother Board's articles. I'm curious to see how he does in action here.
Yep.
Karthik, I think you were doing play-by-play on the last one. You want me to do play-by-play and you can do color for this one?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, so for the opening here, we see England move directly into the English Channel, and Liverpool goes to Wales. That could be either a direct aggression against France or a move for Belgium. Otherwise, we see a bounce in Burgundy. Given that Paris went up to Picardy, this could be an arranged bounce, or it could be something that just happened here. Nice to see the Italian move up to Tyrolia. We haven't seen that as much in VDL, but it's a very flexible play on the part of the Italians. Otherwise, in the East, we see no bounce in Galicia, rather Warsaw going to Ukraine and Russia moving Moscow north, and the bounce in the Black Sea. So quite a bit of interesting things happening in the Spring 01. This must have been a very dynamic negotiation that led up to this.
For sure. I'm very excited to see how this will play on from here. Let's see if we go to fall.
Okay, so it looks like we do get a bounce in Belgium. I think that's always an interesting choice for England when they're in that position, whether to go for Brest or Belgium or something else. But France actually plays this perfectly, opting not to cover Brest and instead take the two centers. I'm a little perplexed, actually, by the Italian Apulia to Rome move. That's really quite interesting, and it's a little bit of a less flexible place to be than Venice or Apulia. I'm curious, Karthik, on your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that moveset. I'm Brother Board's a great tactical player, so I'm sure he has something clever up his head. Whether it's going in fully on edge here would be my guess. I guess like in the LB play, like leave Venice open for the build. But other than that, I'm really not sure why he wouldn't just leave it in place or send it north into Venice. So,
do you think you build Venice there when you're moving into the Aegean? You need a second fleet, don't you? Right?
That'd be my guess, but like I can't understand why Apulia would go to Rome in such a situation if that was his ideal. But then you don't Ionian to Aegean. It's just like a lot of mixed signals here, but we'll see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see what he has in mind. I think the other really interesting thing to me is that Turkey shifts their fleet over to Khan, which allows the Russians to move into the Black Sea. That's something you don't see too often in these positions. Russia actually has a pretty strong opening here, but is only +1 because they got bounced from Sweden.
So we should be seeing a strong EG then versus whatever happens out of the East.
You wouldn't be surprised here, and indeed the build sort of suggests that, right, with your fleet in Berlin rather than Kiel.
Mm-hmm. So we see an illegal build attempt coming from Blake in Venice, and then the successful one in Naples. So we see Naples will probably So
maybe that was done for fun. Who knows?
Yeah, probably.
All right, so let's see what happens here. So the English successfully convoy into Belgium, and France is doing their best here. They opt to dislodge the Germans out of Burgundy, which moved to Gascony anyway, which is probably the likely result of what would have happened here had they not. The German moves are really interesting here because you've got an army that's ending up in Gascony, and now you're moving into Silesia. This suggests to me, that the EG is clearly very strong, but conversely, Germany is pretty overextended at this point. I don't know, Karthik, what you think about that, but it feels pretty dangerous to me.
It would feel dangerous if not for the fact that Germany will be getting a build from Sweden, and the fact that Russia is relatively unable to cause direct damage towards the Germans for now, at least. They simply just didn't have the armies there previously. With the move from Finland to Livonia, which is what I was going to get into, that is going to be a much more dangerous situation for the Germans.
Absolutely.
I think the build should be enough with English support that it won't be too big of a problem for them.
The other, I think, story that we see here is that the AR against Turkey was very successful that term, popping Bulgaria and Russia walking into Constantinople from the Black Sea.
Agreed. Yes, just huge for both of them.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and this looks a little bit like what is Brandon doing here, going to Syria from Armenia? That's Brandon must have something in mind here, but that's really awfully strange. The Russians now piff the Austrians in Bulgaria. That's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
And then are shifting south. So it looks like Russia really is going all in for everything, maybe trying to make up with Brandon a little bit with what little bit of life that Brandon has left. That's my best guess.
Yeah, if I had to say, I think we probably are seeing an RAT forming here because Constantinople moved out of Constantinople into Bulgaria. And then we saw the unit in Bulgaria get piffed when it could have just retreated into Serbia relatively easily. With Budapest going to Trieste and Trieste going to Tyrolia, I think that's a signal that they were trying to open up Vienna and Budapest for builds at least. So at least that would be my guess as to what was happening here.
Yeah, though the Russian move to Galicia might belay the idea of there being a rat.
That's true. That's true.
So let's see. So England builds as a result of getting Belgium, and they build a fleet in Liverpool, again continuing the attack on France, and Germany puts another army down in Munich, which is interesting given probably the right build given that French army that managed to retreat into Ruhr behind his lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the Ruhr problem is solved. Baltic goes to Kiel to defend that. Holland piffs it. Just a brilliant set of moves from Aslan Sawar.
Yeah, it's nice orders. And again, I think the EG is making some progress here. I think the interesting, there's quite a few interesting things here. One is the dynamic that's going on in the East. It does look like Austria and Russia might not be on the same page here. And conversely, you have sort of Italy embedded in what Austria is doing, but not in a position to do a lot for themselves. So I think that's really kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's very curious to see what this like Italy Austria alignment is like, and versus like the RT is going to be doing here. The support for I'm not sure if it was the right move to blow up the unit in Serbia, but I mean, now that they're back there, it probably won't make.
Yeah, I'm seeing a nice comment from Peter, which I think is a great observation. Which is,
right.
He blew up the army, rebuilt it in Trieste, and then supported it back into Serbia.
Exactly. Yeah, Peter said exactly what I was getting at there. So if we go back to fall 1903, I'll let you take the play-by-play, but we see.
Yeah, go ahead.
As I say, we see Austria and Italy making some good moves to gain position for their fleets, even though they do unfortunately get the Eastern Mediterranean fleet blown up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it seems like the dynamic just keeps shifting here because now we're looking again like an AIR here. Before we were looking like an RT, and then an AI. It's hard to say exactly where this is going, but certainly this is playing out like. Brandon is not going to be drawing the long straw here.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And then in the West, just a lot of red arrows there besides the successful move from England into Brest, which allows Brest to retreat to Gascony once more. Going to be a lot more headaches for the French very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, do you see, how do you see the negotiations here? Do you see Michalis, it looks like he's getting a little bit of the upper hand in the EG situation. Is that your view of this as well, Karthik?
Yeah, that'd be my view. If I had to guess, Michalis is telling Aslan that basically that he wants to be on equal supply centers with him, and Germany seems to be buying that. But I mean, in an EG, you generally do want Germany to be one center ahead or maybe two centers ahead of the English because of how strong the English position is. So we'll see how Michalis ends up playing this situation out.
Yeah.
So far, so nice though.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for Michalis. I mean, he's getting very fleet heavy. But if he manages to shift some things around to the south, if they make rapid progress against France, that could be a good game for him. But it will stymie his ability to gain a lot of the inland centers and make progress in the north, I think, in the long run.
Yep, for sure. Though, given this position with Belgium sliding into Picardy, and who do you think gets Paris here? I guess is the real question.
I think you've got to give it to Germany, right? I mean, I don't really see any other option for Carlos if he really wants to run this alliance. I think it just doesn't make sense for England to have it.
Agreed. I would agree 100% with you there.
Let's see what's actually happening in the East. It looks like there's a concerted effort. Yeah, there's a big effort to kick Russia out of Galicia, and that works. They're not successful in taking Romania. But there is a bit of an army shuffle there by Russia. So, and Brandon is now kind of sitting pretty at 3 centers with nowhere to go, but no one really attacking him because everybody else is fighting.
Right. And I'm not sure if I like the Italian moves there, the AI moves there with regards to Greece. I think blowing up that Austrian fleet was definitely not worth it. It will make cracking the position in the south much, much harder. It was already going to be very hard to crack. You probably do need to have the armies winning in the north before you win in the south, but I'm just not sure. I mean, if you're Blake, you definitely want to have the fleet destroyed, and I can understand that, but I'm not sure if I were Ed that I would like to see that happen.
Yeah, well, look at what happened here, right? You've got France just went into Janissary mode. I'm sure Carlos made the pitch to him like, hey, I'll sail around Iberia and you just go and harass the Italian, put me in dots in Italy, and I don't need to take your dots. We take Paris and Marseille, and then we leave it there. So this is pretty far out, right? You've got you've got France actually at 3 with only 2 units on the board because that Paris unit got piffed. Taking Venice there and really going to cause some problems here for the Italians.
One thing that we didn't know that is very important to note is that the Turkish are now in the Ionian, which will continue to create even more issues for Blake here. So this is a really rough turn for him.
So key build term. I was going to ask, what do you build as Germany? And certainly that is the I'm all in on the EG type of build.
Yes.
Do you think about building a fleet from that position though, Karthik?
I don't think in this position I would want to stab England. I think there is a lot to be gained from just capsizing AI here and just extracting the surplus. If I was playing in a time unlimited game, I think this probably would be a good time to stab. But I think there's a lot more opportunity to get rich just taking dots from Russia and Austria than there are to be waging a tough and hard war against England here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I think the big issue here is England's not really a threat to you, right? I mean, because all of his units are elsewhere and he's only got 1 army on the continent, right? So you can get a lot of more dots probably by pushing into Russia or northern Austria than you are going to be able to otherwise. So I like that play by Aslan here.
For sure.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at what's happening. It actually looks like this dynamic has changed a bit because the Austrians are no longer attacking the Russians. Not clear what the Russians are doing. They're playing fairly defensively, but the Austrians are pulling back towards their homeland, potentially defending against the French, potentially defending against the Italians. But Germany is making progress, right? They're in Silesia and Tyrolia now. So really, and Piedmont as well. So really, very aggressive play by Aslan that I really love to see.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
You want to take this one?
Sure. So I was going to say I wanted to start with the EG side of things. So they ended up trading Paris for Belgium here, with Germany picking up Belgium, basically making their empire a little bit more contiguous. The English take Paris. I think, honestly, the Germans could have gotten both of them, and that would be a reasonable way to handle the EG. But Carlos manages to negotiate it so that he gets Paris, Germans get Belgium, while he also managed to pick up St. Petersburg with German support. At the same time, the Germans make huge progress by blowing up Bohemia, which should put the Germans in huge position to move across the line potentially. In the southern part of the board, we see Western moving into Tyrrhenian, while Ionian takes Naples, basically all but ending Italian hopes for this game. We see Brandon somehow managing to survive, and now go up to 4 without Bulgaria. Very, very odd way to do it as Turkey. Very rarely see Naples as your 4th center, but kudos to him for surviving.
Well, it's you look at this position, and Italy is pretty much on the fritz. Austria is pretty much on the fritz. Actually, Brandon is quite in this game. I don't think that Russia can do anything but work with him at this stage. There's really no other option for him. I think the real question probably that is on my mind and probably many of the viewers' minds is how long does this EG last? Do they just try to roll this board, or does one of them have grand designs, or are they even able to set up to do something bigger? And with England having 2 builds here, is this the time that something can get set up?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see like a fleet and an army being built from the Colossus here, because if that is what happens, it's Aslan is going to be in a very, very tough pickle. Like,
well, it's almost got to be a fleet and an army, but it's just right. This is the
where, yeah, this is the army you want. Yes,
this is the Alliance fleet army build, though.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So what do we have? Okay, so interesting that. Well, I mean, I guess that London does not really have a position to be convoyed, so it may as well move to Yorkshire. I mean, this is just arrows moving here. I mean, there's not a lot to say. I mean, Germany is pushing into Galicia. Russia's pushing some units north. I think everyone is just pressing in their respective theaters, trying to make a play to get some more dots. I guess perhaps the most interesting thing is the choice made by Aslan here to go after Austria rather than Russia, right?
Right.
And I think that's really the only interesting strategic decision made here. I think it probably could have gone either way, and it's not clear what may have set that decision.
I will point out that like there was always a possibility that he could just go back and pick up Russia later. Those are not hard dots to take in the future. Whereas going across the line, like the southern part of the line, can be a lot harder. The unfortunate part, though, is with these moves, you don't have Vienna defended, and if you get unlucky, you can have Galicia blown up, and that's what we do see here happen with Aslan unfortunately losing Galicia due to some very, very well orchestrated moves by Russia and Austria.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that there's a high probability play on Budapest on Vienna here might have been to use Galicia to cut Budapest, given the high percentage of Galicia getting hit, and then attack, making an attack try with Tyrolia and Bohemia, maybe using Vienna to cut Trieste as well, which in this case would have worked, of course, if Serbia. Actually, that's a guarantee. So.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, there's always a possibility that Trieste could have also held Vienna, but at least it forces Trieste into an either-or scenario instead of allowing Trieste to move into Venice and also securing Vienna at the same time.
That's right. Okay, so Austria actually builds here. So, the reports of Austria's demise are perhaps preliminary, premature rather. But you gotta like what Michaelis is doing here, keeping France alive, and France, playing ball and being useful to him. So, you always have to appreciate that in a player who's in a not so good position, fighting for those couple of dots to stay alive.
Right. And I'll point out one thing for the previous turn. David Molesky is right. There was a set of orders.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was.
Oh yeah, exactly. So yeah, that set of orders does guarantee you that you do get Vienna, and I think that probably would have been the better play. But in the end, I mean, I think the EG is going to roll this board no matter what, as long as neither of them stab each other. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like anybody's setting up to do that right now. It actually looks like they might be, Germany might be getting St. Petersburg even, as sort of a kind of balancing move here. Let's see what happens.
I was thinking that Edinburgh would go there because
he's convoying up. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're absolutely right. Sorry, I didn't see he was setting up the convoy. Yeah. Very nice. Again, I don't really like the German moves here. I would have, but I mean, I guess Silesia probably was at risk regardless. So it's unfortunate that he gets dislodged. It's going to set them back, in terms of making some advances here.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Let's move ahead to 1908. Easy come, easy go. Now we're destroying Silesia. I don't know that this has a lot more to go. If England doesn't want to stab Germany, I don't know that there's a lot more progress that can be made here. Yeah, I mean that's fair, David. The question is, I think the question is, does does England make those plays right now? I mean, Marseille, Portugal, Tunis, Sweden, Denmark, Holland, Belgium are all kind of sitting there if he wants them. So without a huge amount of risk, I would say, right? So because but it is not to be.
Yes, I guess McCall just gives up those points that he could have had. Tries to play nice with Germany here, which is fair enough, I guess.
And I can appreciate that. I mean, I think in a long-term game, there's probably not a solo by doing that just yet. Conversely, the line is pretty much there. So
Yep.
you're either kind of sitting at 8 or you're going for 13 or 14 or something like that. But having to stab your ally, your game-long ally, to do that. And I can appreciate folks not wanting to do that all the time.
Definitely. And I think McCall and Aslan played a really, really good game there. So kudos to both of them.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that wraps up the early round games for the Virtual Diplomacy League, round 1 and 2. Means it is time for us to transition over to the French Diplomacy League. But before we do that, let's take a quick look at where our standings are. I'll go ahead and pull those up. So, let's see if I can get them. Thought I hit that. And one more time. No, there they are. All right. So our standings at the end of the early rounds. Carlos remains in first, but we do have a new player in third, but it's not the way that it's been happening. Brandon Fogel overtakes Morgante Pell. Craig, I believe, also goes up. Craig stays the same. So yeah, a little bit of action there.
I think West jumped up, right? West wasn't in our top 7 before now, so and pushes Seren out to 8th place.
Yeah. So we'll just watch this closely and see if this shift continues after the players play their last round. But right now, let's switch over to the French League. Pull that up right now. All right, so with this, I'm going to bid farewell to Karthik and Adam. Thank you both. And David, this leaves you and I to kind of introduce the French Diplomacy League. It plays a little bit differently than a lot of the primarily North American and even the Asia Pacific leagues that we normally cover. What do you know about the league and how is it different? Oh, David, you're muted. Let's see if I can.
The one big difference is that the games are ending early. These games end in 1907. That has a tremendous change to tremendous effect on the game. Not just the end of the game, but from the very beginning, your goals and your timetables are different. Your objectives are different. The stalemate line has virtually no meaning, for example. So it's really much more about short-term gain than it is about long-term play. Like it's essentially the opposite of an unlimited game, with something like VDL being in the middle, ending with a certain time limit. But that's not the only thing. There is a different, and always has been, a different player ethic in the French hobby, and frankly in the continental hobby in general, not necessarily in the British hobby, that involves not wanting to eliminate people at all, not wanting to have long alliances. It's just simply a different type of game. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just different from what we've seen tonight. So, vive la différence, as they would say in French.
Well, I definitely agree with that. Part of the reason I love having the French League as part of the show is it is so radically different. I remember last time that was when we had them on, I think it was in April. That was the first time a lot of players had gotten the chance to see that league, and I could see virtual mouths dropping open in shock as they saw the meta is just very different. And I found it to be fascinating, a lot of fun, and I think there's some things we can learn if we watch that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring those games up. Give me just a second. I need to switch over to...
Well, while you're doing that, I'll just say, if you're a balance of power player, which many of our hobbyists are, that is essentially what this major play style is in this particular hobby, is more of a balance of power style as opposed to some other styles.
Yeah, and that's a good tool to have in your toolbox. I think all of us should pay attention to that, because there are some games that's the right style to play, especially if you're on more of like a top board situation or something along those lines. So with that, let's take a look at our top participants in this league. Let me share that out. I thought I had it ready.
Merde.
Yes.
I'm gonna be throwing in random French words during this whole thing. I'm just letting you know. Just
Somebody
giving you
has
fair
to.
warning.
All right, here we go. So we do have, thanks to the completion of the French CDF diplomacy tournament, that was the first virtual tournament that completed and counted towards the DBNI. So we've actually got some fairly high-ranked players playing in this league tonight as far as the DBNI standings go. So the big one, though, Cyril Savant is a well-known player. I believe won at least 2 world champions, possibly 3. I think he's only done 2. But he's a fantastic player, and there's some really good talent in here. We've seen a few of these players play in other DBN covered events. A lot of fun to watch. So let's get to it.
Sure. We also got our favorite bilingual champion, Nicolas Sauge.
Yes.
Playing.
Yes. All right. So David, why don't you introduce our first group of players?
Looks like Remy Hochlander for Austria, Thibaut Briouc, who actually just won the Anjou Fire tournament in July, playing England. Kevin Grobus, the French. Loic Bourget, playing Germany. Christophe Bourget, who actually lives in Switzerland, I believe won the EDC, the European DipCon last year. Steve Persinini, playing Russia, and Alexandra Dakwo in Turkey. So some names I'm not familiar with, as well as some names I am familiar with.
All right, well, let's watch these games.
All right, let me take a close look here. The second game in a row we've seen with the Austrians not going to Galicia. I think Ed did it in the last game. We went through a time back in the fall when that was a popular opening, and then it fell out of fashion. Maybe it's going to come back in fashion here. The only other thing I'd like to mention is the Italians going to Trieste. Who knows what the meta is in the French hobby about this whole borrow Trieste thing? So is this borrowing Trieste, or is this going to be some kind of key opening to Serbia or Budapest? We'll see.
Well, I can't say who learned what from where, but I know that I learned of that opening from the French hobby. So it would not shock me if this is this meta that's taken off in the United States.
Ooh, the convoy to Belgium from the English, supported by the Germans and not even attempt to being blocked by the French. So that's an interesting question now about who's with whom in the West. In the East, the Russians, having got into Galicia, thought, well, I'll take a shot at Vienna. Why not? The Italians are in Trieste to stay, and it's not because they're borrowing it from the Austrians. They ain't borrowing it. They're taking it, along with helping the Turks into Serbia. Just a terrible turn for Remy.
Once again, we see the borrowing is great for Italy.
Interesting to see the Turkish build in Ankara, which goes to show you that the blacks and of course the Russians are building. So there is a full Ottoman Empire versus the Russian Empire battle, just like we saw in World War I on every front. So it could be interesting. The 2 army build by the Germans is quite limiting, actually, for the Germans, because it really does limit what you can do very much.
I do not like that build ever. I have seen, I think Katie Gray pulled that off and had a really good result with that earlier this season, but that's an anomaly in my opinion.
Among other problems with it, where does Kiel actually go in 1902? How does it get anywhere? The fleet can go immediately to Baltic and touch something, or even to Helgoland and touch something important. Army, not so much. I mean, you can do that. You can pound into Burgundy with support and go that way. I mean, you build two armies because you're with the English. We know that's the theory behind it. The question is, it really leaves the English in a strong position, generally speaking, going forward. Otherwise, in the East, what do we see? The Austrians, not only did they lose a lot of their country, now they've lost part of their units in 1902. So just a complete smush of Austria here, losing the army and losing Budapest. And Greece is getting ready to go, and Vienna's going to go, and lights are out.
I love the convoy to Albania. That's my favorite thing to do at Tunis. It's not always appropriate, but when it is, it's vicious.
You don't always do a convoy when you're in Tunis, but when you do, it goes to Albania.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, there goes Greece. There goes Vienna. I mean, I said the French language league and the French hobby doesn't like to eliminate people, I guess, except in this situation. You can't keep everybody alive. The Western powers really, I mean, the EG really are getting good position against the French, aren't they? And the fact that they lost English Channel is relevant, but the EG is otherwise basically off to the races here. Look at the Turks slipping into Black Sea because the Russians decided to take a chance and do something in Armenia. I'm not sure that was the best idea for the Russians.
Unless there's a deal or something. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, the theory was he couldn't keep Black Sea because it was going to get cut. I mean, I get that, but that's not good for him that this is the way it's happened. All right, 1903. What do you have in store for us today? The French sure are trying to fight back against the English. They've taken Burgundy back, but they've lost Paris. And can they take it back? Probably not. They've left the Mid-Atlantic. They've been kicked out of the English Channel. So, you know, if EG is with you, it's hard for France to defend in the long run, but they sure didn't defend very quickly here. I mean, the fleet move to North Atlantic is fun offensively, but it doesn't do you a whole lot of good defensively.
Yeah,
Obviously.
there is a school of thought that if you are in a situation where you've got two strong allies, rather than just playing defense and sitting and waiting for them to chip away, you decide to go against somebody very hard and see if you can break things up. So maybe
he's going to be able to take Liverpool.
Yeah.
So it's a bit like the current Nexus Season 6 final. You can go take Liverpool, but you lose France in the meantime. Was it really worth it? Because if he'd have defended English Channel, he'd be in a position to take Brest back this turn, for example.
And France is one of their best strengths is their ability to defend.
Yes. And the Italians pile on. Marseille, Lyon. Actually, the Italians had quite a turn, didn't they? Christophe has taken Budapest and Marseille and has great position in general. So good for him. And Serbia. I don't know if I said that. He also took Serbia. So it's been quite a turn for the Italians.
There's an old article, I think, in the Diplomatic Pouch. It was something along the lines of Italy going fasta, something like pasta go fasta or something along those lines. That's what we've got here. Is we've got an all-out blitz. This is about as fast as you could possibly go as Italy, which I guess you have to do if you play until 1907.
I was going to say that a very common Italian playing style is to be patient. Can't be patient for a game that ends in 1907.
Up 3.
Wow. That's really amazing. I mean, Christophe's quite a player anyway, we know from his EDC championship last year, but having 10 centers at the end of 1903 for the Italians, I'm not positive I've seen that, at least not recently. That's really something. And he's taking Romania now and Spain. I mean, this has got to be a partially diplomatic victory in his case because people are not really even trying to stop him. So it's one of those games, you know how I said in that other game that it was over in 1907? This game it looks like it's over in 1903.
Yeah.
Honestly. Christophe's just off to the races. I mean, fine, he takes Portugal instead of Spain this turn, but that's actually worse for the English because that means Spain's totally vulnerable. He also takes Bulgaria and Sevastopol. What is happening in this game? What they all got together and said, "Hey, Christophe, you want to take this game in 1904?" Yes, I do, said Christoph. And the rest of the power said, merci. Here you go. Actually, he says merci, and they say pas du tout. Not at all. Germans get 3 builds. Good for them. They're at 8. Guess what? The Italians are at 14 in 1904.
I've never seen that. I think I may have seen a +10 once or a 10 in 1903. I've never seen +4 in 1904 for sure.
I believe this must have been, that's already over.
Yeah.
This must have been some kind of thing where there was lots of hurt feelings going different directions, except at Christoph. And he took advantage of that and got this as basically a diplomatic victory, because it wasn't really a tactical victory. It's a diplomatic victory. But hey, a W is a W.
And the game, like you said, it's not tactics, it's diplomacy.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, that's our start to the very fast-paced French meta. I don't think I've ever seen something that quick. Very fun. All right, so let's bring in our next game. Go ahead and keep this thing moving. Let's see, who do we have next? Looks like we're going to say hello to Karthik. Karthik? Let's see. No, looks like we lost Karthik. I see Kevin O'Kelly made an appearance. Kevin, welcome.
Bonjour, mes amis. Ça va?
What do you say
Yeah.
take a round?
Merci beaucoup.
All right, I'll drop off and leave you to it.
I think that Adam's coming with me on this one, David. So we'll let you get a break to catch up on your French phrases that I don't know.
Arrivederci, as they would say in Italian.
I think Adam's got the next one.
I'm on the next one.
It'll be David and Kevin for this one.
All right.
Let's hope that the game lasts longer than this sorting out who's commentating it, because the last game, not so much.
Well, I was trying to make a sign that said I won DixieCon because I was replacing Karthik, but didn't have enough time.
Yeah, and nobody would even think that's remotely feasible.
Excellent.
You're welcome.
So with the game 11 in Austria, we have Loic Bourgeot. In England, a gentleman we've heard much about, Cyril Savan. In France, someone we also have heard, DBNI champion qualifier, Nicolas Sahuguet. In Germany, I know it was the leader of the first round of games that we've covered, Steve Personini, who mostly plays Russia in our game, so it'll be nice to see him outside of Russia. In Italy, Kevin Groba, and Kevin played Italy, I think, in April when we had him on, so we'll see how he reacts here. In Russia, we have Sasha Messikar, and in Turkey, we have Thibaut Baruch. So a good board. I know lots of names that we have seen, so looking forward to seeing the action.
Sasha is number 16 in DBNI because he had a really good result in the French championship back in March.
Awesome. David, I'll take the commentating and I'll let you do the analysis if that works.
Sure. You want me to do the play-by-play, eh?
Yeah, why not? So
Sure.
Let's see. Spring 01, I think the biggest thing that potentially stands out is something that Andrew Goff mentioned, I think, at Massacre about defending the homeland as France. Is Marseille maybe going and arranging about in Piedmont? Not sure if that's what happened there, but pretty standard all else around the board, including maybe Turkey, and that's a speedboat opening. Anything catch your eye here?
That was the thing that it was standing out at me, was the thing to Armenia, but not to the Black Sea. That has been a popular speedboat opening lately. My guess is the Piedmont thing is an arranged bounce.
Seems to be the strategy, maybe more French than ours. So we'll move on to the fall to see what we've got going on there. And in the fall, we've got there's some fun in the North Sea. We've got France and Germany working together to dislodge. So I know you guys were talking about tapping the convoy earlier. Here, this is not tapping. This is taking over. So France then walks into Belgium, gets Spain. Venice going to Piedmont, though. So maybe it wasn't arranged. Maybe France was sniffing it out. Anything is a strong FG, David, in the West?
It certainly looks like that's a standard sea line opening. But I want to talk about the SevCon Shuffle,
Boom.
I love when we see a Sevcon shuffle, and we're seeing it right here in the French language league. That's when Armenia takes Sev and the fleet goes to Khan from Black Sea. And the reason you do that is because if you're going to have an RT alliance, the Russian fleet is a source of instability because it can't do much of anything. It sure can if it gets out into the Mediterranean. So I love to see this. We'll see how the rest of the board responds to an RT move like that in a very time-limited game, 1907 game.
David, is it different when you have you see the build of Warsaw and Fleet North Coast? Are you worried at all about the shuffle with an army in Armenia and not much left behind, or is this you got to just trust it's going to work?
Hey, you've already committed to it. You got to trust it's going to work at this point. And work is a strong word. What does that mean? In the 1907 game, work means you're not going to have a strong RT to the end of the game. There's going to be some stabby stuff because that's the way 1907 games work. At the end, you're just looking to get one center above the next guy, including your ally.
All right. Well, now we see. Yeah, they're shuffling for sure. We're moving around the east. Lots of red though, not as productive. But Italy puts a strong attack to the Austrians as well. So maybe Austria is going to be short for this one.
That's certainly what happened in the last game. The two Russian armies going apparently against Munich is an interesting move at this point.
You feel so confident with the alliance that it gets there. The West kind of moved along its way, but not much progress.
Kevin, we totally missed the fact that Denmark is empty.
Because he went to North Sea originally and didn't follow up. Would rather have Holland. That'd be a good poll question at one point. If you're gonna sea lion, would you rather leave Holland open or Denmark open? Note for future shows. So
well, you don't have to. You can put armies in Denmark and Holland if you do it right. That's the traditional sea line, but they obviously didn't do a traditional sea line.
Yeah. So in the fall here, we've got Denmark being captured by the Brit, which I wouldn't have pictured that going into it. Support from the Russian. That's interesting. Russia on Germany's door maybe puts a little pressure. So a northern alliance. However, I see Sevastopol kind of sneaking a little out of its way.
There ain't no RT, Kevin. Ain't no RT.
But nothing else of he loses Khan, loses Moscow, and Russia picks up Norway. So not too devastating, only losing one. But imagine the Northern fleets coming back home.
Most likely. Or not.
All right. So spring 03, I think we are. What are we seeing on the map? So EF patches things up. Germany, Austria. Austria's way. So I thought Austria would be short for the end with Russia crumbling. Maybe some life. Italy. I'm not sure what Italy seems to be helping a lot, but not gaining any on his own.
Yeah, you don't really want to put your fleet in Venice. That doesn't really help. I mean, I understand why, because you think there's going to be somebody in Trieste, but obviously that's not ideal to have a fleet in Venice as opposed to an army.
Well, getting in the fall, we'll see if Kevin can pick up a build. Where does Turkey go? Turkey succeeds. We'll pick up Warsaw. That looks nice there. Everything else is static other than Kevin picking up Trieste and Russia taking Vienna. So Austria, who I thought was on his way back, now kind of falls backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Thibault is really the one that's benefited from all of this because he pulled out of the Sevcon shuffle early. I mean, the Sevcon shuffle's fun, but obviously it is a high-risk strategy for both players, and you have to really pay attention.
And then the West, Nicola, former world champ, still current excellent player, is just picking up some momentum and moving, pulls into the lead, and now has fantastic position on no slouch in England here.
Yeah, the only fly in the ointment is Wales to English Channel. So if he thought and maybe that was just defensive on Cyril's part, but we'll see if Nicolas still got him on side or not.
Yeah.
Of course, he can just take Edinburgh from him instead, which may be what he's going to do.
Wow. So English to North map. I mean, I know you could have walked into Brest, but having North position back is probably fairly strong. Loses Liverpool. Nicola picks up Norway, Liverpool, and Kiel this turn after picking up 2 last time.
We've got another game that's somewhere where somebody's off to the races.
And I had never seen, like Brian said, I've never seen 14 and 04 before. I don't think anywhere.
There's a lot going on in the East as well. Russians continue to lose ground. Austrians actually gained one that turn. But otherwise, it's still really Turkey. I mean, look, they've got St. Petersburg, for Pete's sake. Yes, that pun was on purpose. St. Petersburg, for Pete's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Maybe I was misinformed and these games have to end in 1904 instead of 1907. But if you've got somebody that's run out to this kind of lead, which is similar to what happened in the last game, maybe it makes sense to go ahead and call it. I mean, who's going to stop him? Who's going to stop Nicola?
And I don't know if it was mentioned earlier about the scoring system. It grows more quickly at your lower number of centers, and then once you get to a higher center count, it kind of flattens out. And so maybe the leaders realize, if I can't get 18, it's only an extra point per center at that point. Like we just call it here.
I mean, he's got 50 points. The next guy has 22. It seems like a pretty good time to call it.
I like it.
Unless somebody's going to stop him. And he had the game diplomatically won, as did, the Italian player in the last game.
Absolutely. What do you think, Adam?
1904. Go get a beer.
Let's go find out if our next one makes it any further.
Come on, 1905. Come on, 1905.
We can do it. We can do it.
All right, David, thank you. We'll say farewell, and this will be Kevin and Adam.
All right, Adam, what's your preference here?
I'm good either way. You want to do you did play-by-play on the last one. You want me to take it here?
Go for it.
All right, so let's look at the lineup. In Austria, we have Patrick Olivier. England, Loic Borgiet. I'm sorry if I am butchering the names here. In France, we have Pierre Pingard. In Germany, Sasha Massacard. In Italy, Nicola Constantin. In Russia, Thibault Burke, who I think we saw in a previous game. And Turkey, we have Hervé Boulanger.
Excellent. Yeah, Thibaut was just in our last game, so we'll see. Yeah. I don't know which one.
All right, let's see how this goes off the gate. And we see, this has got some interesting things here. The Russian fleet Sev to Armenia opening, which is kind of an unusual one, with Turkey moving into the Black Sea. A bounce in Burgundy, but unfortunately for France, this time it's Paris, not Marseille, doing the bounce, so they're going to be a little bit limited in options come the fall. But otherwise, a lot of standard stuff. Actually, Vienna holds is a little bit weird too, isn't it?
Yeah, and letting a Russian into Galatia, the Sev to Armenia, while allowing Ankara into the Black Sea. I'm curious to see where the Russian goes after this.
All right. Back to Sev.
Well, that's an interesting so Black Sea gets in and then back down to Khan. So it's kind of like the typical bounce in Ang to allow the army back over there, and now Ang to Khan in the fall. It's interesting, but 2 bounces could have done the same thing.
There's a lot of choices here that, I personally am not a huge fan of Austria doing a self-bounce in Budapest rather than just supporting themselves into Albania and, flipping a coin for what to do with Vienna. That hurts, right? Because you got bounced out of Greece and you walked out of Serbia. So instead of getting 2 builds or worst case 1 build, you're getting 0 builds there. Oof. That is really rough.
Yeah.
In the West, Russia gets right into Sweden. So, Russia's a little bit in the catbird seat, especially if they've got an ally in Turkey here and a super weak Austria. We got England making a free convoy into Belgium, and otherwise pretty standard stuff.
Yeah. I have nothing to add.
Anything unusual about the builds to you, Kevin?
Yeah, so we're going to go with a very fleet-heavy England to start out with. It's my typical play, so I'll be curious to see if the attack is south or over the top. France is ready for it if it does come south, so I'll be curious. Fleet Smyrna, probably you want. I always want the second fleet, so nothing terribly stand out other than nothing for the Austrian. So.
Okay, so we're going to go a little bit of everywhere for England. I guess maybe we're going to bounce in the English channel. That's probably arranged, given that the English got support from the Russians into Denmark. This is a really nice play. They drop into Skagerrak to make sure that Denmark doesn't retreat there. They're back out into the North Sea, and they've got an ally in Russia right now. The downside being that they seem to lose Belgium despite getting, is that support from, Burgundy didn't support them, they supported Burgundy, I see. Okay. The Russians slide over to Bohemia, but work with the Turks to push them into Serbia. So this looks like a nice RT alliance right here. Every sense of that is the RT is rolling on one side, and probably hard to say. Is it an EF or is it just an E? And France is still figuring it out.
Yeah, I'm looking to watch that. The German being pushed with Galicia to Bohemia, although Warsaw to Silesia, I think would have been better at that point.
I think this is just position on Austria, though. I think it's just to get that extra army onto. Indeed, it's to cut Vienna, and now you make Budapest a force. Yeah. Without having to get the Turks involved, and that's exactly what they do. The other interesting thing, England is making these moves on Germany, but it does not look like France is playing ball with them, supporting themselves into the channel. So that's one to watch.
Yeah, I don't know. It may be positioned there as well. There was no attack on Germany, but where are they going to grow? So
they went into Helgoland, right? They moved Denmark down to Helgoland and still managed to take Denmark. So,
yeah.
All right. So we've got another fleet, dude. I got to say that I probably don't like that. I probably would have liked to see an army and probably in London there, particularly with France in the channel and not showing a whole lot of lovey-doveys. I mean, maybe France is on side and maybe France is doing that, but you can always convoy London over. I mean, look at this. We've got Edinburgh holds. I mean, you hate to see that, right? I mean, you just put a nice new unit down, and it does absolutely nothing.
Well, but you don't want to. They've been friends. They've been friends with the Russian. You don't want to go to Norwegian because that's there. You really can't. You can't move down towards France, and France just sat there. So maybe England is winning diplomatically at this point.
Yeah, the solution for that is you put an army down, not a fleet, Kevin.
Not saying hindsight's 20/20, Adam.
All right, let's see what happens in the fall. The Russians finish off the Austrians. Goodbye, Austria. They are still rolling the RT. You got to like what they're doing here. A little bit more bouncing and conservative play on their parts, but on the other hand, it's working and they're moving fast. Russia's got an ally in the north, so they're not having much to worry about. I really like the way Thibault is doing this from a diplomatic standpoint and a strategic standpoint. He's playing the RT right. He's not putting himself in the position to be the one who gets crushed because usually it is Russia getting problems in the north.
And Turkey doesn't mind playing. Maybe I'm not calling him the junior partner at this point, but playing a slow second, and that's okay because as long as you follow along closely, you don't have to feel.
Yeah, hell, you're 6'7", right? So that's not really. You're not falling more than one center behind.
Yeah, I like that so far. So,
but given that the game ends in 1904, right?
No, it's 1907.
Maybe I called this wrong, didn't I? What do you think? Fleet Ankara. Do you like that?
Well, you're
not going to make progress against the Italians from this position. So you switch sides and say, okay, Italy, we're going to run the IT and see how it goes.
Yeah, and Austria lives another day, so. Who knows where the Austrian lies? Maybe Romania, Sevastopol both can fall this time, and it's time for Turkey to turn. So,
yeah. England finally put an army down. I'll also note. Yeah, and indeed, the Austrians help the Turks into Romania. That's quite interesting. Yeah, so this looks like exactly like that. I don't really like the Romania convoy to Tunis at all. I think that's a really weak move, actually. You need that army in Italy, and we're going to have to convoy that back. It does nothing for you in Tunis. You've got really two choices. You either cover Tunis or you don't there, right? But you cover with a fleet or you don't cover it at all. If you support Naples out to the Ionian, worst case they retreat there, but don't like it.
Yeah, there has to be some diplomatic failure. The other thing is with France really getting position now. Venice to Tyrolia in that last turn was, you're really starting to walk away from the French, who now have no pressure from England, or have had no pressure from England. France can start to turn if they want to go that way.
Yeah. I think another really interesting thing is the way France is playing this game is really very C Diplo style. They're sort of working with England, but sort of not working with England. And it's been that way for a lot of the game, right? They have not been aggressively making moves into England's space, but on the other hand, they have been making sure they've got units in the position to prevent England from doing anything funny against them, and also limiting England's options and limiting the mobility. And you've seen that a lot in Loic's moves is England. Really having to keep units back that you otherwise would probably be advancing.
Yeah, I really like the play of France and Turkey so far. And Turkey, oh man, I'll let you give the play-by-play, but Turkey is on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can take 2 dots off of Russia, that's obviously a big positive. I think Italy has this problem again of having one of those armies that they need stuck sitting in Tunis here, right? And so what does that do? That forces you to pull out of Tyrolia to cut Venice instead of being able to do it with that extra army. And now you've pulled out of Tyrolia, you're covered Venice, sure, but you've got a French unit in Tyrolia now, which is definitely no help to your game. What you really wanted to be doing there is working to probably take a center off of Russia, taking Vienna or taking Budapest with somebody's help there. And instead you're not growing. But France is, and Turkey is, which is not what you need to see in that position.
Yeah. So I'm curious about this French build here. You don't want to put down Fleet Marseille, even though I'd want another army there. I think if you're going to push north, that's fine. You got enough armies up north already.
I agree. I mean, I think if you put an army Marseille, you might get France to say, "Oh, screw it, I'm going to just, Janissary, or just going to send everything west." So I think it depends a lot on the diplomatic situation. I would love to build army Marseille and just, say to Italy, "Hey, I'm coming through, but I'm not attacking you. I'm not putting any fleets down there." But if you can't get away with that, maybe it's army Paris.
Nah. Put the fleet.
Okay, that's aggressive, and that's saying, okay, I'm with England now, and I'm going to shift down, because you pretty much have to go to Western Med from Mid Atlantic right now.
Yeah, and so this maybe gives England life. So we'll see.
And he doesn't do that. I'm really surprised. Okay. See, this is what you're kind of doing this anyway, right? You're kind of moving out of Tyrolia, is sort of weakening your position unless you're actually trying to stab England here, which I don't think you can do very effectively. So the Munich to Silesia, Tyrolia to Munich, sort of counterproductive. I mean, unless you're attacking England, right? If you're going to actually be attacking Russia or attacking something in the Austrian regions, you want to go Ruhr to Munich, Munich to Silesia, so that you can further position the units to move in that direction. Pulling out of Tyrolia is actually not helping your position. The other really interesting one is what England keeps doing, moving Liverpool to Wales, Wales to Liverpool, Liverpool to Wales. I mean, that's not setting up for a convoy. That's basically saying, I'm keeping the army back, France. I'm not going to do anything with it. So, don't screw around with me.
Yeah, I like that play, though, because, look, you can go back and say, okay, if I'm going to keep it here, although it doesn't do it this time.
Not that time. But England makes the move. Yeah, I mean, so France did it because they were making a move against England. So that's why they moved that way. And England completely sniffed it out, right? And so they take Belgium. This is the problem with these kinds of stabs. It's just like, okay, well, dipsy doodle. You get a dot from me, I get a dot from you. Who's benefiting in the long run from this? Well, probably Turkey, maybe a little bit of Russia. I don't know, but it's probably not France and England.
Yeah, and they're not getting anything. You're trading 1 for 1. It's net
You
zero.
know, so England gets a build. They'll put something in Liverpool, but now you're basically just dancing around your home centers. And France, I guess can make some more progress here, perhaps. All right, what do we have? Yeah, so we're all pulling back. We're not making a lot of progress here in the West, right? Where we did get that unit in Wales destroyed, bouncing mid-Atlantic. So not great. Reasonable turn for Turkey again. They managed to retake Romania, keep Russia out of Sev. So really, I think Turkey is in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, but England, what's England? They're going to lose anything? I mean, if Russia.
No, England should stay even at 8, though I think Turkey's got a shot. Or they're only at 7. I think Turkey's probably got a shot to get to 9 or 10, but
yeah,
depending on how long this goes for, we'll see.
No.
Okay.
Nothing in the East. Hey, Italy's moving though. I
mean, this looks good for England, but the reality is, I think if memory serves me, England has a rebuild.
France has a.
France has a rebuild.
Yeah.
So the Army Picardy is nice, but you're not putting a lot of pressure on anything because they're going to put an army down in Paris, and probably I would anticipate they're going to probably say, I'm defending against England, not against Italy from this position.
Yeah, and this is going into the final year if they play it that far. So
do they only play 7 years? Is that the deal?
Yes,
okay.
1907 is the end. So the question is, who can pick up what in this last kind of position that they have?
Yeah, so France just destroys that unit in Picardy. I don't think anybody picks up much at all, except Austria gets Romania. That's great.
I mean, if you've survived this long, and again with the point system, I think
it's a super dipsy doodle, right? Because we've got Budapest going to Romania, Serbia going to Budapest, Trieste going to Serbia. So we've got a whole little conga line there. That I think there's just going to be people just jumping onto dots and hoping they get something in the fall. Yeah. Probably a little bit of diplomacy, but a whole lot of just everybody doing what they want if it's a known last year.
And what do we got at the end?
And indeed, so the Turks support the French into Trieste. The Russians retake Sev. Actually, it's not as good for Turkey as I thought it would be.
No, lost Serbia, lost Romania. Ouch.
Yeah. So England and France end up tying for the top at 8,
which kills you because Turkey played so well and got the jump on Russia, and now look at they both end at 6. So.
Yeah, tactically just couldn't hold it together at the end. I mean, this was a cool, I would call it like a C-Diplo kind of game. It was a very balanced game. People were really trying to keep the game balanced. I thought France played a really interesting game. That was fun.
Well,
all right.
Yeah, I mean, we sung the praises of France, and I thought Turkey played well. I would be curious to go back and look at that map after the broadcast and kind of see what could have happened.
See what went wrong. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And England got a share top, and we just were wondering what was going to happen with England all game. So, well played for the West.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kevin, we'll give you a break. Thank you. And I will also head out. It's going to be Adam and David.
All right. David, you're muted.
I was happy that game lasted past 1904.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see. I think we need the lineup. Here we go. Do you want to do the lineup for this one, David?
Sure. Cyril Savant as Austria. Never can get too much of Cyril. Jérôme Bouclet as England. Thibaut Brioc back as France. Thibaut's been playing in all these games, it looks like. Nicolas Constantin playing the Germans. And then Christophe Bourget. We've already seen him once tonight, and he's here playing the Italians. Cyril Bro as Russia, and then Vincent Roulet as the Turk. So some names we've seen, some names that I think we haven't yet seen tonight.
David, you want to take the play-by-play on this one?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Any openings of note here? We've got, again, that move to Armenia. that we saw in the last game. Otherwise, we've got the Italian move to Trieste, which we'll see in a minute what that really means, but otherwise relatively standard openings. The fleet holding in Sev is not standard, but that means they've got a deal not to go to the Black Sea is what it means.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Mostly the question just pops up, what are they going to put in Romania now? It suggests the army, right? Because they could have gone there.
Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly what they do. The Italians keep Trieste and try to go to Aegean with the beat move, but of course the Turks not having anything else to do with Khan prevent that from working. Again, we see the move to Rome. Look at that.
This is the second time we've seen that. I don't know that I've ever seen that before.
I think Peter McNamara was saying in the chat that is intended to be a way to get to Tuscany and Piedmont, if you want, without threatening the Austrians by going to Venice first. Interesting.
But you're already in Trieste, so it doesn't matter. The other interesting thing I see here is Norwegian to Barents, so that's definitely and the bounce in Sweden, so that's definitely perhaps setting up an EG or a Western Triple type of thing.
Well, French got 3 builds, for example. See what that means. See if any of them get waved. Nope, no waves. 2 armies in a fleet, though, is a little bit limiting, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you didn't go to Spain's south coast because of the way you moved the armies before, but move to Piedmont, Gascony, Spain, Mao if this is a triple. Otherwise English Channel perhaps if it's not. But this looks very Tripoli to me, other than the Fleet London build. I mean, Fleet Berlin. That's very anti-Russian.
Well, I think if you're going to triple, you would have built the Fleet Marseille, you would think. But anyway, I guess not, because Piedmont.
Mm-hmm.
We also have the Italians not thinking that anybody's coming, setting up, the potential move against the Turks here. Although holding in Rome doesn't do you a lot of good, does it?
No, don't you want to be at least in Apulia or something? Back in Apulia where you moved from, or Tuscany or Venice or something, right?
Yes, I think so. I don't like the hold very much.
No, and you got Germany now in Tyrolia too. This is a triple.
Well, yeah, given the German moves, I have to agree with you.
I mean, Belgium and Holland are empty. I mean, don't get more Tripoli than this.
Yeah, that's actually quite true. And the English have already taken St. Pete at the end of 1902. The Italians do realize that, so they've pulled out of their attack on the Turks, of course.
Yeah, but of course you've got the Austrians opting, instead of dealing with the triple, they decide to retake Trieste, which is probably not going to ultimately be that helpful in terms of slowing this down and in breaking it up. And Turkey is just in the corner saying, Western Triple.
Yeah, probably. And of course, he's not even in the corner. He's in Ionian.
That's fair.
All right. Well, is this truly a triple in 1903 is the question. Because you got an English fleet in the English Channel.
It's going to Mao. It's coming around.
I mean, we'll see.
Well, it's coming around. Where it's coming around to, we'll find out, is the question, right? Is it coming around to the Western Med, or is it coming around to Portugal, Spain? What else do you see here, David?
Well, the English making the move to Livonia with support. I mean, the Russians could have maybe tried to stop that, but that would have been necessarily cut. So it's just really good position by at least the EG part of the Western Triple. The French part, a lot of bounces.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could. Oh no, did the Germans get kicked out of Tyrolia, or did they just move?
They left to Bohemia.
I
think he was trying to put some more pressure, on Galicia.
Yep.
Which he takes now.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, you're right. Tactically speaking, they're just continuing to march.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slower for France right now, but that's okay because France got 3 builds. They're at 6. They don't necessarily need a build immediately. They'll get some stuff off of Italy, maybe now or maybe this year.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of it depends on whether the Turks. I think the Turks are helping the East instead of helping the Triple, but we'll see.
Oh no, not for long. They're in a pool. I mean, you've got to. I mean, yeah, they go Ionian to Tyrrhenian.
I think they're probably trying to replace the Italians on the line.
That would probably make the most sense. I mean, they are supporting Eastern Med forward. So,
but it's 1904, and the EG part of this is really off. Has done a lot. Of course, there's a lot of armies in position now. The East has responded in some fashion to the triple. You have to admit.
They have. There's a lot of guesswork and positioning, and I like the way that Germany, actually the whole Western Triple, is really playing for position here, not necessarily for the closest dot, right? Because especially in this position, you see them going for Bohemia rather than taking pot shots at Trieste or Vienna or something like that.
Yeah, having Western Triple units in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Prussia, Warsaw is a lot.
And you got 2 more armies for the Germans. I mean, this is going to be a tough position for the East to really hold out in, I think, in the long run.
Well, again, there is no long run. That's going to be the question here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 6 more moves. So when does the triple become every man for themselves, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, you've got England does have too many fleets, don't they? Right? They've got at least one fleet that can go do something else.
Well, it may be the time for the English to think about that.
Yeah, and you sort of wonder if this isn't arranged right here with Norway, maybe going to go take Belgium with the Germans taking Norway and seeing where it goes from there for 1907 or 1906, 1907.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh, they just swap it. Whoa, they're not swap. Are they swapping? Yeah, I guess they're sort of giving Germany Moscow and England's taking Denmark. So I guess they're kind of staying even there, or England's getting the build rather than the Germans.
Yeah, they're trying to equalize it a little bit. I mean, Cyril's still in play here. I mean, it's end of 1905. He's at 6 centers.
In Austria, yeah.
This is going to be this could be a race on who's going to get. Well, race is not even the right word. It's going to be a maneuver play, but it always is in a short time limited game. There's always a maneuver play, and usually the maneuver that matters is in 1906, the year before the end of the game.
The challenge for Cyril in Austria, I think, is that he's right now on defense unless something changes. So his ability to take additional centers is very limited unless he can diplomatically get a position where he can do that.
Well, you're in 1906, and you've got 2 at 7 and 2 at 6 and 1 at 5. This is what people who want to play this style enjoy.
Yep.
Getting this many people within striking distance.
Yeah, and it doesn't work out for Cyril in Austria at all this turn.
Does not. I guess that makes sense because the game's end is coming. The Turks actually are trying to make a move here.
Yeah, you've got to like what they're doing here, right? We're taking the walk into Serbia, Naples. They're really just spreading themselves out to expand as much as they can. If they can get a build or two in 1906, they can use that to hold out in 1907 and maybe have a shot at taking the top.
You got the English taking out Moscow. I don't think that was with permission of the Germans.
Yeah, it wasn't under danger. So from the eastern side, so Germany had no reason to defend it unless this was planned, which it's hard to imagine.
I mean, maybe under this system you could theoretically set up a 3-way tie for the top, but that hardly seems worth playing if that's what you do.
But look at this also. England is setting up now to take Sweden out, right? Because they're now in Norway's Skagerrak. They can cover Denmark. Of course, Sweden to Denmark supported by Kiel, but then that can probably be dealt with in the fall. So it seems like folks have some interest in going for it.
Is Jerome going to make a move here in the fall turn? The answer is no. The answer is no.
Maybe they're still working together here.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
But France is 1 dot ahead of the rest of them. It actually looks like if they're able to hold Venice in the fall, they could be. They'll stay 1 dot. I guess they trade.
Yeah, they lost Tunis to the English. The English are now ahead.
The English are now ahead. How did that happen? The English took Tunis off of France
and Moscow off of the Germans.
Moscow off of Germany. Good for them. Okay.
So there's a little topsy-turviness going on here.
Yeah.
And the Turks did make their move last turn, and they really want to be in the mix here to try to take the top in 1907.
Who do you like going into the last year, David?
Well, let's see. The English position is actually precarious. In other words, they can't hold Tunis, most likely. Well, I don't know. They're going to end up with Belgium. I think I still like England the best, I think.
I think you're probably right. I think it's hard. I mean, Turkey can maybe take Romania, but they're also in threat at Serbia. I mean, there's a lot of holes there too. I don't know that they can get two to make up for where England is at, and I don't see England going down, and they might go up one.
The first two French language games we saw were really not typical of that style of play, where somebody gets to a lightning start and ends. These games are much more typical, where there's a bunch of people in striking distance for the last couple of turns.
Yep.
And there's some striking going on here. The Germans are taking Romania. There's some moves being made here, for sure.
Yeah, England's going to be in a position to take Warsaw, though. Sweden, if they want it. So we'll see who makes the dot grabbing in the fall.
Sweden might not have it if they guess right.
That's right. That's right.
Which they did, right?
They did guess right. Yeah. And England did not go for Warsaw, but does lose Tunis and Germany. This looks fairly arranged to me.
The English didn't even try.
They didn't try for anything. They didn't go for Belgium or Holland or anything. So this looks like, wow, and Germany does it.
Nicolas Constantine.
Wow.
I think England could have taken a better shot at this, both in the spring and fall turns.
Totally agree. Those were really kind of a strange choice. It was definitely trying to stick with his allies, I guess, and not make a play for the board top, and willing to give it to one of them.
Yeah.
That game was a lot of fun. That reminded me of Weasel's bar games. We tend to get together at a bar, start about 6:30, ends at 11:30. Usually that means we, depending on how fast we play, somewhere between 1906 and 1908. So similar kind of, anyone could be in it at the end of the game. It makes for some really fun negotiating on those last turns, and a lot of questions and guesses. It's not like we always play house games and tournaments and things like that. I think that's a purer game. You get the stalemate line, but just for a good time, that style is a blast to play. I think everybody should play it if they get a chance.
I got the chance to do that in January 2020. I was in Chicago for business and played in one of your bar games. It was a riot.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So, all right. Well, I believe, Adam, we're going to give you a break, and David and I are going to finish out our coverage of the French League. Thanks. Okay, David, let's go ahead and bring up our next game. And why don't you introduce our players?
Austria, our friend at this point, Loic Bourget, who played England in an earlier game, Steve Personini, Nicolas Sauge. Now, here's a new name we haven't seen in the other four games, Lees Sarlainen, who many of us know, an international player who I believe lives in Asia at this point, but has obviously played a lot of diplomacy over the years. Nicolas Constantine is the one we just saw in the last game who ended up with the German top. And then Vincent as Russia, Kevin as Turkey, other players we've seen tonight.
Great. Well, let's get to those moves.
Every single one of these openings we've seen tonight, the Warsaw to Ukraine is interesting because apparently Vincent thought that Galicia was not going to be occupied, and Loic Bourget said, I'm going there. The Italians move both armies south. I tell you what, I think I have seen Italian armies move in ways tonight that I have never seen in 1901, and I've seen it several times, so this must be a thing.
It may be a thing, but I don't think it will be a thing. I don't think it'll continue. So this move to Ukraine was very common back in the 70s and 80s postal hobby. When I was first learning the game of diplomacy, I read a lot of those articles, and I think the theory there was you're moving against Turkey. You view Turkey as a bigger threat, and in that meta, Italy and Austria would often fight each other, so Galicia was less likely to be occupied. That is not the current meta, and I don't know how well that's going to work out.
Well, you might go to Ukraine if you, I mean, in this case, and I didn't mention this, the Russians are going north. So the theory was that he hoped he had a deal with the Austrians so to allow him to go north, and that's why he went to Ukraine.
Yeah.
And this is what happens there. There's a bounce now in Romania. He doesn't get to take Romania. He does get Sweden, though. The Germans let him into Sweden, so that's probably okay. And, of course, the convoy to Belgium. French build fleet in Marseille is a real tip-off, isn't it? A lot of times you don't see that because it's such a tip-off, but in this particular case, I guess Nicolas Sahuguet doesn't care.
I have seen that be anti-English.
Agreed.
So there is a chance. I wouldn't say it's necessarily likely, but it's something to watch out for.
The second Turkish fleet in Ankara instead of Smyrna is a tip-off. There's no other way to put that one.
No. Yeah.
And it, not surprisingly, supports the Black Sea. But yeah, you're right. The French fleet goes to Spain as opposed to Lyon.
Yeah, you get that convoy it sets up a nice convoy into England.
England,
especially because they don't have the army.
thought there was an EG against the Russians. The Germans said, no, there's not. I'm going to Helgoland-Bite. Which leads the Russians to decide which way to go, and they decide to go with the English and take Denmark. I actually don't see that very often. We used to call that the Great Northern Alliance. We'll see if that can last.
It's a lot of fun. I've struggled to make it work. Usually my fault, but it's a lot of fun when you can make it work.
I didn't really notice this until now, but the Austrian fleet had gotten into the Ionian and now is in the Adriatic. That's unusual. So this is an AT, right? Some form of AT.
I think so. Yeah, that's how I'd read it.
Yep.
I think it's been that way from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree. And now they're coming. Venice. They've now got Eastern and Aegean so that they can force their way into the Ionian. Well, the French are there too, though. So who knows whether the French are coming to praise the Italians or to bury them. We'll see.
If I were the Italian or the French, I would prop them up until later in the game and then take those dots later.
Yeah, but you're that kind of person. So
Definitely.
You're just naturally devious. So we'll see. Wait a minute. It's Sahuguet. Yeah, he's pretty devious too.
Yeah.
I really like Nicolas' position in this game, don't you? It's fall of 1903. He's in Tyrolia and Munich and Belgium and Tyrrhenian Sea. That's really good position.
I'd like it even more if Austria was not in Piedmont, but...
Ooh, I missed that. You're totally right. Of course, he's getting ready to build, so it won't matter too much.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Still, though, you got to like the AT play, which you don't often see. And frankly, it ought to be more popular in this scoring system because the AT is such a lightning fast alliance. The issue is not early in the AT, it's later in the game, which there is no later in this game.
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that the AT has not taken on more in VDL. It does tend to break down. 1907, it doesn't really have time. 1910, it does. But you can do so well with it with that early start. And really, why not? Not every time, but it seems like we'd see it more.
True. All right, fall 1904. Again, I really don't you still like Nicolas Sahuguet's position? Bohemia is not the best place on the board, but in conjunction with being in Munich and Piedmont and and Ruhr and all these places, really a good position. Because Personini is basically his ally. Well, Personini's getting creamed because that's what the Russians and the Germans are killing him instead of dealing with Nicolas. I think diplomacy may have something to do with that. What do you think?
Yeah. I've played with Nicola enough. He's one of my favorite players that I wish that I could emulate. Very patient, plays balance of power extremely well, and does a really good job of making him get the advantages, and his ally, he doesn't have to attack him. He just has to make sure they're not as successful. And I've been that ally that wasn't as successful.
All right. Well, the Germans have vacated back down to Holland. It looks like there's been a little bit of a reassessment by Nicola here, realizing that he was going to lose Piedmont and is actually coming back. This is a good example. In an earlier game, we saw an army, Massbaum's army in Silesia getting blown up because it was too far advanced. He did not want his, in this case, he did not want his army. Bohemia blew up, brought it back. Turks got into Naples, yeah. The Turks then left Naples, right? Because they are there to help the Italians, not to take their stuff.
At least not yet.
At least as a counterweight to Nicola. Yeah, the English, they basically had to start over, and they started over by being the target. Because you can see that now the French are putting the Germans into London. The English are going to respond by going and threatening Iberia.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been dipsy doodle in Scandinavia or switching dots. Of course, you expect that in this scoring system. You want to play who do you like at the end of 1905? There's 4 left.
I was thinking the same thing. This is a really interesting point in the game. I'd have a hard time not picking Turkey.
I got to stick with Nicola. I know he's got units around him that are kind of goofy and kind of out of position and stuff, but he's starting 3 centers ahead. And there's 4 moves left. So I'm going to go with Nicola on the sheer force of numbers.
The other one that I think has a real chance, depending on how things break down, is Austria.
Yeah, because he can slip into some centers here.
Yep.
If Nicola has Germans putting them in Yorkshire, which they do, then my prediction may be right.
There's a lot going on in this turn, and much of it, I think, is good for Nicola.
Yeah, now he does lose Tunis, and that fleet is popped.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not insignificant.
Yeah, he's not getting through any further in the Med, that's for sure, especially in 1906.
Yep. And the Turks are getting position on, seeing what they can do, but I just don't think, I think they're too far behind.
Yeah.
Fall term, though, could tell us something more.
Interesting.
Well, Nicola's, he's got a German ally. The Germans are an obvious junior partner here, and so he doesn't mind giving him some stuff like Liverpool. Took Portugal back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Portugal is big.
Yeah, England, bye-bye.
All right, so this is it.
This is it. And so London for Nicola. I mean, he's only one ahead of Austria. Austria can't safely take anything, right? Can't safely take Bulgaria without, there's guesses involved. And then he's got to cover Greece.
Yeah, I played a Nexus, I think it was season 5, extended deadline tournament. Had a position similar to this, where at the end of the game, depending on how it broke, I was either going to win or tie or lose by a whole lot. And it just had to do with how everyone else decided to move. And I tied in that game, and there's a good chance of that, I think, here. We'll see.
I don't know. What else what does France lose? Maybe Munich? No, they don't lose. Oh, it is a tie. You're right.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So, well done, Germany. They are the big winners here.
Let's see how that. They took Holland. I see.
Mhm.
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
And that could have even been. We don't know this, but it could have been with Nicolas' permission. I mean, they did have a late breaking alliance.
I don't think there's anything he could have done to stop Holland, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that could have been something that Nicolas.
sure.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we've
There's
got
nothing
this.
I can do. Go for it.
That was quite a turn. It was actually quite a 2 turns for Lay, though.
Yeah. That's impressive. Yeah. All right. That's another fun game. David, that wraps up our coverage for the French League. So tonight we saw March through May. There have been games played in June and July, June and August, I believe. They took July off. We're going to probably see the French League one more time, possibly 2, depending on when their championship happens. They do play for a top board. They will have a championship in January. So it'll likely we'll see them at least one more time. And I definitely want to make sure we get their top board on. So a lot of fun. I like the games. They're fast. They're different. And I know, for example, the meta of borrowing Trieste for Italy was, I'm pretty sure, created in the French hobby. When you've got those short timelines, you have to go fast. Tempo is so important. There's some creativity that happens there. So I think it's healthy for players, even that don't play in those short timelines, to watch what's going on and get some ideas where if you get a good, solid alliance, how do you go faster?
It is a completely different game, really.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And I'd always push back when people say, well, that's the wrong way to play, or I don't like that, blah, blah, blah. There are no other games like that. Yes, there are. Golf has different types of games that they have skins games versus tournaments versus match play versus stroke play. Tennis has different surfaces. I mean, there's lots of situations in which you've got different skills being emphasized in different types of competitions. This is no exception to that, and I think it's perfectly good.
But if you take the argument of what is fun, it's really exciting when you've got 7 people who, well, probably not 7, but maybe 5 people at the end of the game have a realistic shot of winning the thing at the last turn. Like, there's some excitement and fun to that. You're probably not going to win tournaments if that's the only style you play, but there is nothing wrong with enjoying a game of diplomacy in that style.
Yeah, the risk is that you take that style to heart and you're sort of dot grabby, dot stab. Well, that doesn't work in other tournaments. That doesn't work in North American tournaments. So you have to be able to adapt. And some people can do that very well. Surreal has had success when coming over here and playing. And we've had North Americans that have gone to Europe and had success because they can adapt. Guess what? Adaptability is a skill you can learn and develop.
Yeah. All right. Well, that wraps up our coverage of the French League. It's time for us to go ahead and return to the Virtual Diplomacy League. So let me go ahead and get that up. David, what are you looking to see in this final round? We've got 2 games.
Well, I am looking to see people realizing that this is the second half of the season, and it is time for them to really push for a big result. We've seen that already in some games. We've also seen games where people have been hesitant and tried to, sort of arrange a shared board top and stuff. The time for that is about to end, it seems to me. You've got to separate yourself from the pack. You can't do that as much with sort of middling results.
All right. Well, we welcome Kevin O'Kelly back to the stream. Kevin, how are you doing?
I'm great. Loving the music.
All right. David, we're going to give you a break. Kevin and I are going to broadcast this first one, and then you and Adam will close us out for the night. All right, Kevin, looking forward to this. What are you looking to watch?
Well, I know we got some good players coming. I watched the pregame, and we've got some top players trying to move up the standings. I think we've got a couple players playing a second game, so we'll see how their stamina lasts, and hopefully some good ones to close out the night.
All right. Let me share this screen out. And here we go. I'll let you take the play-by-play.
Excellent. All right. So in VDL 69, very nice. We've got Austria. We have Sabi Ahuja. In England, Klaas de Graaf. France, Jamal Bacarty. I don't know that one. I can do the French ones, but I don't know that one. Germany, we have Liam Stokes. I think he was on earlier too. Italy, Farron Jane. Russia, Weasel Wes Ketchum. So Wes playing his second game and will be here at my house tomorrow playing face-to-face. So hopefully he left some on the table tonight. And then lastly, some guy, he's on this network a bunch, Ed Sullivan. Let's see how he does.
So from a league standing, we got a lot of players who are knocking on the door of that top 7. Just as a reminder, the Virtual Diplomacy League will have a top board at the end of the season. Only the top 7 will qualify. The winner of the regular season will get an automatic invitation to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. But the champion and the winner of the Virtual Diplomacy League and the one with the bragging rights will be the winner of that top board. So there will be competition for that top 7. So let's get to it.
Excellent. So I just got Jamal from Australia, so we'll get him on the list for next time, which is great. Thanks, Peter. All right, here we go. So Spring 01. Oh, so Brian, who's your pick to click tonight for us Southsiders?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. Sorry.
Hawk Harrelson, the White Sox broadcaster. They used to pick before the game starts who was going to be the hero of the night for the team. So who's your hero of the board here?
All right, hero of the board. I'm going to. I mean, Farron has been so hot of late. I have a really hard time. Yeah, I gotta stick with the player with the hot hand. I'm going with Farron.
All right. Well, we'll get some play-by-play here. We've got pretty standard openings, except for my favorite. I don't have the highlighter on, but Munich to Tyrolia. I enjoy that. I wish there was a little more around there, but I'll be curious to see what it does. Ed with the anchor at a con to start, and then a big old, hey, Farron, how's it going? Smyrna to Syria. What do you think?
I love that. It's something I learned from Andrew Goff. It's a giant, don't you dare try in Lepanto, Italy. If you do that, you're getting nothing, and all of your allies will get the gains instead.
Yeah, that's nice. And into the fall, we see even a bigger, hey, Farron, how's it going? Because Syria, I don't think has success going to the Eastern Med, but there's a sign being sent saying, hey, Brian's picked to click as you. I'm watching you too. So we'll be curious to see how the IT shakes out as the game goes along. Interesting at Trieste. So Tyrolia decides to support Farron while Sabi tries to self-bounce to keep clear. Sabi does keep Greece, but we'll have a 5-center Italian next. What's better than a 5-center Italian? A 6-center France. Picking up all 3 because Munich not being in contention and north bouncing Holland. So what do you think about the Western opening?
I think it's fantastic for France. I think Farron clearly is going to be tied up in the East, and I think it's going to be Jamal's choice on who's going to how the West breaks out.
So if you're building 3, given the look of this board, would you want 2 fleet? I know, or do you wave at this point? I know I think earlier tonight we had a France that threw down Fleet, Brest, and 2 armies. With Munich open, do you just say, ooh, that looks good? Where do you go?
Yes. Also, because I played, or I've seen Liam play, he's down in Tyrolia. That's too tempting for me. I put down probably 2 armies and probably Fleet Brest until England. Hey, I'm just doing this to keep you honest. We're together. So.
Excellent. And then no even contention on Sweden. So it'll be curious with the 6-center Russia. There's lots of good play to start, happy play, no contention to start. So you got your two armies, and look at that, a force on Burgundy to make sure it went through. Although Tyrolia kind of slips into Piedmont there, so fine. You're gonna send armies my way. I'll make sure to be tapping you. Trieste gets vacated, so following into Tyrolia, or is it AI disguised with a little help from a wayward Liam to start? I'll be curious to see how AI plays. RT seems fairly standard at this point, just kind of keeping our eyes on what's next. And Sabi does not like force supports, I think that is. So kind of feeling everyone out at this point, Brian.
Yeah, that's what's going on in the East, at least. The West, I think they're playing ball already.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what Liam maybe didn't like about a forced move to Tyrolia. He moved out, but still didn't like that. And then Farron slips into Tuscany and Venice, not just waiting patiently at this point, and Sabi attacks. An Austria who doesn't like R and T, let's go to them both. So picks up Bulgaria and sitting in Syria. Maybe this is the downside of saying to Italy, hey, don't come here, because okay, my neighbors will pick up stuff and I can't do anything to defend. So is it too slow, or is there anything he could have done differently?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I think maybe it's decent in this situation. I don't know. The thing that's interesting to me is Tunis to North Africa. I hate whenever I have to strand my army in Tunis. It drives me crazy. I try to avoid that convoy if I can. Often can't. But it's for this exact reason. It's like, what else are you going to do? That army's probably, unless there's some shenanigans going on, which would be hilarious, that army's probably just going to be sitting there for a while. Don't like it.
I don't like that move to North Africa, though, unless you're really fearing a French fleet coming around. Then it takes another 2 moves to get back. You could have convoyed from Ionian to Albania in the spring if you want. I don't like moving there. I mean, I'm sure there was some diplomacy from behind. So so Sabi only has one option for the build. We've got that. West picks up 2, snuck into Berlin, I think unopposed. I don't think Munich could have bounced it, but had bigger fish to fry there. So West might be the silent winner of 1902. But EF is really strengthening. Germany in the middle.
So I always struggle at this point in the game making a choice. It's clear that you've got a collapsing power. When do you prop the power up, and when do you decide it's time for you to get yours? So.
Generally, I don't care about if you're dying, let's make it faster on you. Probably not the smartest way to play, and I'm sure there'll be some comments.
Do him a favor.
Yeah. So, but tries to defend the north. There, builds Army St. Pete, even with England with no enemies, try to figure out a way. Ed still seems to be on time. So with Austria attacking, you could see Russia fighting back, Turkey fighting back. Sabi is piffed in Bulgaria, and then Farron moves back into Tyrolia. So a lot of kind of back and forth, maybe playing patient, maybe doing what others are asking. So it's unsettled in East. The West seems to be a little more settled at this point with Liam supporting England into Kiel, into his own home center. Into the fall, convoys still gets to keep Kiel, but France, couldn't have stopped. Although, did Russia support Munich to hold there? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Yeah. So wouldn't have lost Munich anyway. But anyway, it keeps Kiel, and then also, so even though the attack came from the French first, Liam is not happy with Westmore, so puts England over. So now Russia's in a world of hurt with a running EF, and Farron just starts to take puts the foot on the pedal now rather than playing back and forth. Walks into Vienna, convoys over to Greece. Just you can't let her run free that long.
Not a good time to be Austria right now.
No. What so Army Fleet for sure. Ed had given her the, hey, I'm watching you the whole time. Is this the time, like if you're gonna keep pushing, how do you, if you're Italy in this spot, Brian, are you looking to pick up Wes because Wes is kind of falling? Is it like kind of going back to your question from a year ago? Or do you say to Ed, okay, fine, you have told me all along, you're watching me, can we make this work?
If it's me, I'm trying to get Ed on side. I don't know if Ed would go for it because of standings, but that would be my case outside of any tournament or league considerations.
Yeah.
I also like Turkey in the box as an ally. They're fairly easy to contain. As long as there's not somebody else who can help get them out.
Well, following up, we'll see what Farron does with a kind of a pressing EFs with these moves. Still looks like they're staying together. Wales out over to Yorkshire. So now there's no units around either. Edinburgh to Norwegian, that alliance is as solid as can be at this point. So well played over there. In the middle, Farron strikes, picks up Budapest, but loses Trieste and Vienna at the moment, and Serbia. So, no, I'm sorry, gets into Serbia. I'm looking at the colors the wrong way. So kind of a swap, but Ed is maybe slowly getting out of the box, maybe, and then Russia's still standing. It would. I think I want to see the fall. Yeah, I want to see the fall before asking for any predictions or. Okay. It's kind of a setup position. We'll see what happens. Oh gosh, and a whole bunch of red. So just trading a trade of centers. Sabi is kind of locked in Nowheresville. So maybe Farron's position is nice here, but with France coming on strong, locked in the middle. Norwegian to North is interesting though. That's the one move. Is this the time to stab? Maybe. I mean, France is picking up Berlin.
Yes.
England's picking up Norway. I mean,
yes, I think it's a time. But I always go too early. So there's a classic 80s comedy Trading Places. I think that's what we've got going on in the East. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think if Klaus is going to make a move, it needs to be now.
Yep.
Otherwise, they just stick together and see how far they can get.
Well, apparently it's not there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still room to grow. West is down 2 here, pulls the northern item. So maybe they knew that. Maybe Klaus knew that, or maybe Jamal knew that. West saying, if I'm getting hit, I'm pulling north. But I don't know. Like, he was attacked both north and south, so I don't think it's anti. I mean, yeah, he walked into Ankh, but that's easily forgiven if he pulls it. So
yeah. So it looks like we've got a wave from England. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So they're lovey-dovey. Where does Klaus get the next dots? Kiel, and then what?
Moscow. With another army up over there, you pull Norway back out, convoy over, or convoy into Denmark, because you still have that Baltic fleet. I think Jonathan says Germany lives, and that Baltic fleet has been convoying nothing but English armies. So be over in Livonia in no time. Yeah. So Barents comes back, shifts around here, guarantees Kiel, like you mentioned. Not guarantees it, but gets in position to take it. Back to Wales. So just to make sure that fleet in Brest wasn't wasn't going to go rogue. Good play by England, slow, methodical. Anything happen in the East? Did you see in the Southeast?
You've got the swap down with Turkey, and Khan. And then I think the big one is Romania getting into Galicia. But it's just all defense for Russia. Baron's setting up to, okay, so we've got Trieste and Venice also. But they're just, I don't know. It's not resolving as fast as the West.
Yeah. They're getting there though, so it looks like Farron gets Vienna, gets Trieste, like you mentioned, loses Venice, but 2 for 1 at this point. Still has a spot to build another fleet, which will be needed. Aegean stays, could have retreated to Black Sea, but maybe West wants another army to defend against the North. Doesn't want an elimination.
That's got to be intentional.
Yeah,
or negotiated.
Yeah. I'm sure, well, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the tactics. Probably could have been done last time too, but West doesn't lose anything forward at this point, actually forces Livonia out.
So I'll be honest, Kevin, I'm struggling to understand England's maneuvers. Is England just consolidating position and they're separating? Or is this a move against France?
Well, he picks up Belgium. That's north to Belgium, not to Holland. So picks up 1. France picks up 1. So that was a trade, basically. What's the center? You want to go forward 1, and we'll see. So winner 05, England's got the step.
And 2 bills.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Where was the second build?
There was a wave.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So only picked up the 1. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So they're up a center. But Farron picks up 1 and likely, well, I don't know. Maybe Venice can't be taken back. So all right, we're 1905. The most years we can get in VDL is probably 10. We're halfway home. 11. 11? All right. Yeah. So I don't know. Where do you want to be? Who do you want to be in this position?
England, and more England. I don't know. I would be going for it here. Again, tend to go too early, but France has to pull back here. Has to go play defense. Yeah, but I don't know.
Oof. That was the. Oh, all right. So in the chat, England was never going to attack France. So all right. Well, if that's the case, then if it's EF, what can EF get out of the rest of this game?
Tunis. We'll start with that.
All right.
Probably Venice.
Yeah.
We've got Moscow probably.
Yeah. Well, Venice. With that, and then Austria retreats forward, kind of forward, not really. They're consolidating. Bulgaria gets convoyed over to Puglia. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So this is the kind of game that it's fun and frustrating. I can see some players probably starting to get some escalating emotions, and once that starts happening, the dynamics of the board can change. So curious to keep an eye out if that happens.
And we were looking at the tactics earlier with Wes and Craig, I think. So knowing the tactics of, clearly EF has the advantage, but with recent champion and Farron and Ed, being as good as he is, and Wes's tactics, you're not going to worry about maybe being outflanked, maybe outguessed once or if you're lucky. But
all right, so we've got I like the convoy from Jamal back to Marseille to protect that. You're probably not getting a whole lot more in the boot. And there's going to be adjustments this turn anyway.
And look at So look, I mean, Silesia tapping Bohemia.
Mhm.
Trolley, I guess, could have supported Vienna. That would have been the guess right. But if you're not going to guess right against this team in the East now,
Smart defense from the East.
yeah. And Ed's hanging back. Could have gone to Ang, could have gone to Greece, could have made a could have made a run.
We get a line forming at this point, I think.
Yeah. And if they're not attacking, there's a build in another army build up there. I don't know. France builds.
They waved. Yeah, they're through here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love seeing draws, but in this case, sure, that makes sense. I think that may be the right result for this game. Yeah.
England and you wanted England, and more England. Is it a right result for England?
No, I think England could have had more. In my opinion, but I mean, hey, that's a split top, and I'm not sure where the standings are exactly, but I know Jamal, I don't believe, has played very many games, so Klaus is the one who's making that choice. Yeah, maybe the rest of the board reacts differently if there's a stab or something like that. Who knows? I'm not on the board, but I mean, maybe I'm hurting my own reputation. But if I'm on that board, I probably play differently if I'm in England's position.
I think our reputations are pretty much set as weasels. So
yeah. So escalating frustration. That's where you start looking at, hey, somebody's throwing like. Who knows what that board state and that emotional state was at the time. Klaus is a very good player. He probably made the right call for him in that game. So. Yep. All right. Well, Kevin, thank you very much. Appreciate your you jumping in here. Let's welcome Adam and David back. Adam, David, welcome.
Hey.
And we'll say farewell to Kevin. And I'm going to hop off and leave you guys to close out our last game.
Great. David, double check your that you're not on mute. All right, so for this one, we have in Austria, Morgante Pell, second-ranked VDL player. In England, Aidan Lewis, who's played a few games earlier today. France, Henry Merrill from Maryland. In Germany, Tommy Anderson, Tommy two-time from Massachusetts. Italy, Saren Kwok from London, seventh-ranked player right now. Russia, Christian Brown from Illinois and a Weasel. And Turkey, we have Daniel Bird from Tulsa, Oklahoma. So a good mix of experience and some newer players here. Should be a good one.
Yeah. Always good to see new players join us.
All right. You want me to take play-by-play on this one, David?
Sure.
All right. So let's just take a quick look at the opening. It looks like the West is pretty standard. We once again see that Venice to Trieste move by Italy. Interestingly, in this case, we have Vienna getting into Galicia because the Russians opt to move north from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And we have a Sunstrom opening, bouncing the Black Sea, but moving the army into Armenia for Turkey.
Yeah, otherwise not really much to write home about in terms of the Western openings are very standard.
All right, so moving into the fall turn, what do we see? We've got so we've got Italy going straight into the Aegean Sea. Interesting that Bulgaria actually tried to support the Italians into Greece, but that was forgone. So a little bit of diplomatic play by the Turks. They decide to hang out in Armenia, which is kind of interesting. Don't go to Sev, but also don't pull it back. And we've got an England convoying to Norway. That's not terribly unusual when Russia opens north to see that kind of thing. What do you see, David?
Well, the bounce in Warsaw is interesting. You know, Morgante's in Galicia. What do you do there? Do you guess that you're going to be able to take Warsaw, or do you take a supported shot at Romania? So Christian made the right guess there in terms of defense.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that, is interesting, the choice of Serbia to, I guess he's probably supporting Bulgaria based on his other moves, but not to support himself into Greece is pretty dangerous play right there.
Yeah, if you're not going to support yourself to Greece, then maybe you should go to Romania yourself,
Right.
because you obviously have made enemies with the Russians. You might as well go all the way, so to speak.
Yeah.
But he was diplomatically trying to get the Turks on his side. That's understandable.
All right. Any surprises from the builds? Probably not. Maybe the 2 fleets and no army France is kind of unusual.
Yeah, that's the thing that jumps out at me is that is unusual. It's not unheard of, and sometimes it's cool, but it's a little risky.
Yeah, and it looks like England is probably the target here based on those moves.
Certainly does.
What else do we have? We have England and Germany working together against the Russians. We've got the Austrians continuing to move against the Russians, taking Romania. And this time the Turks do go to Sev. Austria is kind of fighting both Russia and Turkey. So we've got kind of maybe an AI that's going to try to take them both on at once. And the fact that Turkey's actually also fighting Russia isn't going to help that defense.
Yeah, that makes Morgante's move look a lot more sensible, doesn't it?
Sure does.
If you got an RT war, you might as well take stuff from both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and Russia's sending everything north. They moved Moscow back up to St. Petersburg. They're out in Finland now, so probably not the right position that Russia wants to be in. Okay, so France is going all out against England here. What else? The English managed to take St. Petersburg, which is kind of exciting for them. So Russia really kind of guesses wrong here. Could have made a play onto Norway, but they don't. It looks like Russia and Turkey figured it out, and they're going to push the Turks into Romania. I think that's a smart play by both Russia and Turkey there.
It is smart, but it's too little too late for the Russians, who are essentially dead.
They lost Warsaw. Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble. But actually, one thing I just missed is that the Italians walked into Vienna. So this is not all roses for Morgante in Austria.
It's not all sweetness and light, no.
Yeah.
The EF war is interesting. The question now is, what do the Germans do?
Yeah. Yeah, they built a fleet, which a third fleet is probably not great news for the English, right? I mean, I think that there is a good case to build 2 armies if you're going to go after France there.
The Gaudi, in a negative way, thing is the -4 symbol.
Oof.
It's so painful.
Oof. Yep.
We feel for you, Christian.
I'm enjoying the commentary. I see a comment from Aiden saying there was no alliance structure in this game. It was just pure chaos. Have to appreciate that.
It kind of looks like it. I mean, because you've got Denmark going to the North Sea is significant. It allows Kiel to get into play, but Sweden doesn't go to Norway.
Yeah, really some unusual choices, isn't there? What's the downside for going Sweden to Norway in this position? There's almost none, right?
There's none, but I don't know that we need to be thinking things through too much. It's Tommy temporizing Anderson. He just does things because they make sense right then.
Yeah. I also see a comment that Morgante says that Seren and I coordinated every move, which suggests that Italy taking Vienna may have been a coordinated play and not a dot grab, which is interesting. And we see that Morgante is just taking it back right here while trading Greece for Vienna here. Quite interesting.
It certainly does look like some cooperation at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like that Turkey and Russia are clearly getting the short end of the stick here, and this may work out well for the AI after all.
Well, Turkey's helping the English into Moscow. That can't be a problem, right? That's not inviting yourself as the fly to the spider web.
I mean, England's in a world of pain themselves, right? You're really just kind of like, teaming up with the English here is not going to build your case to have a long game. I think that's not necessarily the ally you're looking to make.
Yeah. Maybe he just wanted to send Christian on his way, which he does. Well, the Germans, having lost Munich to the French, now take it back. The thing, it was interesting that he took Munich because he was already sort of committed against the English. Now, maybe he's made a deal with the English at this point to switch sides. Or perhaps, Aiden was right to begin with. There is no alliance structure in the West.
It's hard to understand what's happening here, right? I mean, these are just weird French moves. You've got Mao going to the English Channel with support of Brest, and then Irish going to the Mid-Atlantic. That's just a bizarre move sequence, isn't it?
Unless he thought he was really going to get into the North Sea, and Irish was intended to maybe bounce the English in the Mao, but stay in the Irish. I mean, there's some theory of the universe where this set of moves would have been good. It just didn't turn out.
It looks awfully funny, but you might be right. Okay, so fall 1904, we got the Germans the Germans are really doing quite well after all of this. They lose Munich again, but they take Belgium back. Oh, and they lose Norway as well, so maybe they're not doing quite well. They lost Edinburgh as well. Tommy.
The AI really does appear to be rolling in a very coordinated sense.
Yep.
So Morgante is probably right about that, and they're making progress. And the Turks are taking Moscow because they got to do something. In fact, the Turks did not even try to defend. It wouldn't have worked if they had.
Yeah, they must have been convinced by the AI to do something else, and they're just fortunate they only lost one there. Or I guess they're gonna stay even for taking Moscow, but their home centers are going to be in a pretty big pickle right now. Also interesting that Austria is now in Warsaw. I mean, the West is going to be in a little bit of a world of hurt in a moment. It looks like it's an FAI right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to like France's position, though, assuming that the Italians are not getting ready to move around. But if the Italians build an army, I mean, we'll see.
Did the Italians not build? I think they didn't have a build that turn, right?
They built an army. I think
they built Army Venice. Okay.
Yeah, I think they took Caen.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's just mop-up operations basically in the east. And then the question becomes, what does Saren do after the mop-up is over? Austria is also mopping up Moscow because the Turks leave. There's probably some kind of deal going on there.
Not clear that Italy is going to be in a very good position to stab Austria. I mean, it's not clear that Austria will be in a very good position to stab Italy either, but I think that they're a little bit separate from each other right now. That may make that situation a little bit tough to deal with. Though I guess Italy could drop into Aegean, Ionian. There's some things they could do there.
As is usually true in this kind of AI, Italy has more options than Austria.
Yeah.
Austria can even build a fleet in this situation.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, there goes Munich.
Yep.
And actually, there goes St. Petersburg. Putting Turkey into St. Petersburg is a nice, clever move, right? Get that dot from someone on your own side of the board to make it easier for you to, Austria or Italy to grab it later on.
I mean, Morgante's been trying to do things with the Turks. He supported the Turks earlier, several turns ago in Sevastopol. He's been trying, I think, to get Turkey to be a Janissary, and I think successfully.
Well, Turkey doesn't have any home centers. They didn't cover Ankara. They didn't cover Khan. They just went to St. Pete. So we're perfectly happy at two dots that are Russian, I guess. Let's see those Turkish fleets disappear now.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Austria can only build 2 out of their +3.
Yep. So now the problem for France is that, well, what is Italy going to do, right?
That's the question. And they're already in North Africa.
Yep. And the answer is not a whole lot.
Well, Mid-Atlantic's not insignificant. But we'll see if that is with the in some kind of deal format with the French, because the French leaving Mao makes you think that he didn't much care if Saren came into the Mao.
It sure looks like some folks may think that there's some sort of like 11-11-11 type of agreement here. Whether there actually is or not, who knows? But
I mean, the Italian fleet is on some kind of odyssey. I mean, we'll see where it ends up.
But I mean, look, France is supporting it. Italy's doing literally nothing with any other unit other than those 2 in the mid. I mean, they've got 5 units that are doing literally nothing. Austria's got I guess just the two in the south that are doing nothing. But I mean, this looks like some kind of arranged situation to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the two Turkish armies are in pretty decent position as the tip of the spear for the AI. It's actually really neat the way they've gotten that to work out.
Well, it certainly breaks the north, right? Having any unit, any army in Finland is going to break the north, and it's going to make sure that there's a lack of anything happening, especially when you've got France on side, right? I mean, if you had a coordination between France and Germany right now, maybe they can hold at least the Scandinavian portion around the Mao, but
very interesting. I mean, we haven't seen this tonight really, but we've seen in other VDL games these long-term alliances to try to get to like an 11-11-11. We'll see if that's what we're dealing with here. If I were Henry, though, I wouldn't really like Saren's fleet where it is in English Channel.
No, but he supported her there. I mean, maybe he's sort of being played that this is what you're going to do. But look at this. We've got Tunis, Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, it looks like Saren is setting up to drop the hammer right now.
It does, but not.
But we do have Turkey and Norway.
Turkey is in Norway and Sweden.
Oh, and Sweden. Yeah, far out.
I know I've said this already in the last several hours, but I don't think I've ever seen two Turkish armies in Norway and Sweden in this situation. It's unique.
Maybe if it's a Turkish solo, right? But
yeah, but even that's rare. That you've got both Norway and
both would be weird. Both is pretty unusual. That is.
Yeah. Thank you, Morgante and Saren and Daniel, for giving us that visual, because I don't think I've seen it before. It's fun.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just an example of alliance play. Again, not something we've seen tonight. We've seen lots of different styles tonight. This is an example of long-term alliance play.
I think we're going to see an 11-11-11 in a year or two. They just work this out, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's just keep marching, because I think that's right.
I mean, they'll leave Turkey on one and end it there. So let's see. Can they do it this year? Did they just convoy Italy to Norway? I think they did.
I think they did too.
Because why not, right?
You show that you control everything.
And we are at. We put Saren at 13. Are we going to let Saren go at 13? And
well, let's see. Yeah, if this is going to be something. Ooh, they did. Wow, that is not what I was expecting.
No,
that is not what I was. Now, her position obviously was really good, but this is a contrived ending. This is not a forced ending by any means.
Yeah, this suggests to me that both Henry and Morgante were on board with Saren topping in that way. So that's really quite interesting. I see Tommy saying Saren wanted the top from the beginning. Well, of course Saren wanted the top from the beginning. I would hope most players on the board, or all players on the board, wanted the top from the beginning. That's the point of the game.
And Morgante says, I don't like shared tops. That's fine, Morgante, but do you like coming in second better than you like a shared top? I mean, I'm not criticizing. People can do what they want. And Jonathan's in here saying in the chat that there's no wrong way to play. I actually don't like these long-term contrived positions myself, I have to admit. But that's just me. That's just my personal feeling about it. And it's much more common in league play, because in league play, this game does not stand on its own. This game is a part of a series of games. For some people, that means they're willing to put up with things like this that don't look like the kind of end game we would have in, quote, a normal game, end quote. That's because league play is not entirely normal from a non-league point of view. Yeah,
I mean, hey, far be it for us to sit here and critique a game that we weren't in, that we don't know the history for. Those folks played a great game. They dominated the board. They had a good alliance play that led to a great outcome for Saren and an okay outcome for the other two involved. So I agree. There's no wrong way to play. I think, in most situations you want to play for a top or the best result possible under the situation. But diplomatically, clearly Saren won the diplomatic aspect of that game and got herself the board top.
Well, I enjoyed it, and I think the players enjoyed it, and I think that from a league standpoint, it made sense for Morgante to help with somebody else who was under him go up. I don't think it's going to impact his standings very much, and the goodwill perhaps gained there might be worth that exchange. I don't know.
Well, let me take the other position just to be devil's advocate, because I think there is something to the criticism. All right. A contrived game like this doesn't feel like you really played diplomacy, and it's not much fun to the people who had never had a chance because there was going to be a contrived ending. So those criticisms are not completely unfounded, and I understand it, and I might probably feel the same way if I was in the game. But we do have to remember this is a league situation, and that really does change the dynamics of the game significantly.
The reality is you see this situation all the time in tournaments as well, David, particularly top board tournaments. Somebody has 2 great opening rounds. They know they're on the top board. Round 3, they just need a score to make sure. They go to somebody who they know they can work with. They say, work with me, stick with me through the game. I'm happy with a solid second. I will put you into as many centers as you need to help you get there. And you see this all the time, and these lead to these weird contrived results in tournaments. It's even maybe even further even worse in league play when you the way the league is scored, you have your main games that count, and then you're not counted as much past your 4th game or something like that. They're all averaged, and so throwing some seconds into those averages, as long as you've got your 3 board tops, is going to be sufficient to keep you near the top. This is something we're going to have to deal with, and if if the organizers of the league see it as a problem, they're going to have to change the way they do the scoring to try to discourage it.
And I'm going to take the counter argument there. I agreed with Morgante's statement there. That is the definition of diplomacy. That is, you're identifying motivations and you're using your negotiations to accomplish what it is that you want to accomplish. I'm not saying that those other opinions are invalid or the feelings are wrong, but I think that it's I don't enjoy contrived games myself, but I think they're very valid and there's good reasons that make sense from a gameplay standpoint. And if players are enjoying it, I don't have a problem with it, I guess is what I would say.
I do want to one quick cautionary note, and then I'm sure we need to leave this topic. The cautionary note is there are players who think this is horrible. You need to know that. You need to recognize that. You don't need to criticize that. You need to file that away, because sometimes these people who come up with contrived are going to suffer in their next games because of there are going to be people who say, well, I don't want to play with people like that. So you have to be careful not to be known as A, B, or C. You need to be A, B, and C and have all of those playing styles and all of those motivation dynamics in your bag of tricks.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. So.
We could go on for hours, but we shouldn't.
Yeah. And I don't think there's an answer personally. I think that it's a conversation that is interesting and will continue as long as this game exists, most likely. So. All right. Well, that wraps up our coverage. So it is time for us to move on into our after action segment. So let's go ahead and get started there. Grabbing my notes. Okay, well, Adam, David, we are going to welcome right now in After Action. We like to hear from one of the players from the games. We've been doing all the analysis, but we don't have all the insight as to what was really going on. So we're going to bring someone in. Today we are welcomed, we are welcoming Jamal. Jamal, welcome.
Hey everyone, how you doing?
Doing great. Congratulations on your game. That was a lot of fun. And I've got some questions. So
Absolutely.
What do you say we look at the board and get into it?
Please, I missed your analysis of the game, so I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about it.
Excellent. All right, let me go ahead and pull that up. And why don't you introduce yourself while I'm doing that? Tell us a little about yourself and how you got involved with the game.
Yeah, cool. I'm Jamal Blakali. I am from Canberra, Australia. Currently in lockdown, thus the stupid facial hair because, why not? You've got nothing else to do and nowhere to go. You may as well make your face look stupid. So yeah, I originally started playing back in high school. Got taught by a history teacher. I think like a lot of people. I entered the Melbourne hobby with such greats as Peter McNamara, Andrew Goff, Melissa Call, all those people. Played fairly consistently over the past few years there, and moved up to Canberra and working on growing the hobby here and doing my fair share of games where I can.
Jamal, tell us about winning PoppyCon back in March, which was the world's first face-to-face tournament during the COVID era.
Yes, that was fun. So PoppyCon is a long-standing diplomacy tournament held at one of the Melbourne hobbyists' house, named after their cat, Poppy. And so that was really fun. It was great to see everyone again. Great to go. Did the drive down to Melbourne, and great to be involved with everybody there. It was an exciting tournament. I think personally, from my own game perspective, it was kind of where I've been doing a lot of work over the past few years on my game style and on kind of identifying how I play, which I think you'll see in this game. I think that's when a lot of it really clicked, and a lot of it really, I felt like I was able to really take my game to the next level and get at least one big score and a couple of scraps to get through. But really big learning curve for me, and that was really fun. And just in general, the Australian hobby is very small, so we're all very good mates, and we all enjoy seeing each other. And it was really nice, especially after COVID, to be able to go back and do that.
Jamal, was there anything in particular that you felt like you did differently or that you evolved in that kind of brought your game to the next level? You're obviously playing with some of the greatest players in the world in Melbourne with the folks you've mentioned. So I'm curious how that evolution has been for you.
Yeah, I feel like the Australian hobby is this baptism of fire thing where it's so small, you're inevitably going to be on a board with 5 of the best 50 players at some point, and yeah, it's exciting, and you learn a lot from that. I think probably for me, one of the biggest things I think that really clicked in that tournament for me was very much understanding intentions, and very much understanding, like, when you go into a game, what are you trying to do and what are you trying to achieve, and yeah, working from a kind of a much more strategic point of view about your intentions, as opposed to getting caught up in the technical minutia of what move do I make here, and what are the specific dots I've got to move, and seeing the kind of the flows of the board as shifts, and knowing, okay, if I do this, I'm gonna impact this other person's focus over here, and a lot of the bigger strategy stuff that I think I may have been still developing up to that point.
Let's take a look at some of that right now. We'll go ahead and go back to the start of this game. Why don't you just talk us through your thoughts at the opening? Don't need to go in blow by blow, but just from a high level at the outset, what was your thought early on in the game?
So early on, I was playing France. I had some pretty good discussions with both Germany and England. I had kind of established that they had had a little bit of beef in previous games, so I was happy to hear that. Both of them were pretty friendly towards me, both wanting to work with me, which was nice to hear, and no one was being cagey. Everyone was pretty open about it. And also having discussions with Italy, and generally being able to keep the peace there. So I felt like I was in a pretty good spot. I don't often like to pick up 3 centers in 1901 as France. I think it's a bit risky. And honestly, I didn't expect Germany to move to Tyrolia and allow the walk into Belgium. So suddenly when that was there, it was like, okay, I guess I take that. It wasn't really expected. And early on, I think there was that real decision in 1901 about, especially with Germany's moves, there was the question about going, okay, at this point, do I really throw my lot in with England and essentially try and punish Germany for leaving himself open, or do I there was a talk about a Western triple, and do we start to work that way on that particular start? And as you can tell, I ended up kind of deciding against the Western triple and going, all right, let's just lock in the alliance with England and see how we go. Yeah, 1902 was interesting. Germany obviously were pushing through to Piedmont and having to deal with that. I threw the Stray Fleet in Lyon, partially to keep England happy, and also partially just to try and send the message to Italy that don't it's not going to be easy if you want to come this way. So I didn't want to be in West. I didn't want to be threatening, but I also didn't particularly want Italy thinking that they were going to get an easy run of fleets down that way. And just little moves, trying to make sure I got Ruhr with England and Holland as the secondary importance there, and trying to just watch what was going on in the east as well.
So,
yeah.
was there a moment like you're just moving along, carrying on? Was there a moment where you had any pause or doubt in this early phase, or was it pretty much once you made your decision, you were just going for it?
So I think I was pretty well locked on the English alliance. I think I was always keeping an eye on the east and wanting to see what happened there. There was a moment, I think, in probably fall of 1903, where Russia was really pushing for me to turn on England, and Russia really wanted to kind of have me move that way, obviously. And I guess I was sitting there trying to decide effectively, did I want to go for working with Russia to try and take down English dots, or did I want to work with England and keep pushing that way? There was also a lot of discussion happening around 1902, 1903 with Italy, because they weren't particularly happy I was sitting in Lyon, and I wasn't particularly happy they were sitting in the Tyrrhenian Sea. And so, if you notice, I think in spring 1903 I moved away, and then in fall I moved back. And that was an attempt to try and come to some peace there, but also trying to recognize that I was not trying to go for an all-out attack on Italy, but just trying to keep a little bit of pressure there, and not really, not fully engage if I didn't have to. But then it was clear that the relationship there wasn't as strong as it was with England. And at the end of the day, I think the decisions came down to the relationships, and around going, hey, I saw Russia was big. And I thought, okay, if I work with Russia against England here, Russia's going to get very big, which then potentially means, well, what's Italy going to do in that scenario? If Austria's falling and Russia's big and probably going to come after me. So it was a bit of toss-ups, but yeah, I think when I pick an alliance, I tend to like to stick to it. I don't like to stab an ally unless I absolutely have to. So that was the part of it, which is me and Caesar had a pretty good relationship, and at the end of the day, that was more important than some of maybe the specifics around do I get an extra center here or there?
How dare you value relationships in diplomacy? How dare you?
I know, right?
So there were a couple points when we were doing our analysis where there was conversation about whether or not England should or should not have stabbed. And I believe this might have been one of the points where I said, yes, England should make a move if they're going to make a move. Was there a moment you felt like that was ever a risk, like a serious risk?
Oh, absolutely. So I think there was a moment when I had a 4-center stab on the board, and a moment where England had a 4-center stab on the board. I think the fall of 1903, I think, was my potential one there, where I could have walked into Holland, Kiel, and Denmark. So I think I was in Kiel. I forgot where I was. There. Yeah, so from in the fall of 1904, that's it. From here, I had a very easy set of moves where I could have gone Kiel to Denmark, and I knew it was going to left vacant. Ruhr to Holland was an option, and Munich to Kiel would have been a stab, because at this point we were keeping Germany alive to vassal. And that was definitely a big thing. And I remember sitting, I think, Wes came to me and kind of begged me to do it 2 minutes before the deadline. So I kind of sat with it, and I did kind of play the moves out and went, okay, what does this look like? Realistically, I think I would have gotten a bigger score had I stabbed here. I think I pick up 3 centers. England picks up 2, so he doesn't build, and I get to put down 2 more fleets and an army, and it's slow and grindy a little bit, but I think I'll probably get to 13 or 15. But I think it's interesting hearing your conversation just before this around kind of in the league play and how that has an impact on it. I think this is something that actually you get in playing in Australia, which is a really small hobby. There are maybe 20 consistently active players in the hobby, so that you're always playing with the same people. And in league play, I was very aware that I had never played with these people before. Most of them don't know how I play, and so it was almost more important for me here to kind of go, I play a particular game style that is very strong on big alliances. I try and, I do not stab unless I absolutely feel like I have to, or unless it's like, if there is a clear 18 on the board and that's just what you got to do. And I think I definitely wanted to really almost send the message to the people I was playing with who I hadn't played before. Hey, this is how I play. This is my style of play. That if I'm going to pick an ally, I'm going to work with that ally, because I didn't want kind of my first game with a bunch of new people who I'm probably going to play some more games with to be this whole, you're just going to muscle your way into until you're going to use people until you stab them. Then to answer your next question about England stab, this turn right here, right, that I think it was the fall of 1906 or spring of 1906. England could have absolutely taken all of my centres here. I was fully aware that in spring 1906, England had a walk into the English Channel, a clear convoy to Belgium. I was completely left open, and as a result of not stabbing him the turn before, I was completely open to a stab here, and I was a bit worried about it. But also, again, England, credit to him, was playing the same kind of game, and I think we knew that. We knew we were both playing the big alliance game. Realistically, if he wanted to stab me, he had 2 builds. He could have built 2 fleets. So, when his builds told me he wouldn't stab me. I think, the winter before when he was choosing his builds, that's when I thought, okay, he's going to build Fleet London and Fleet Liverpool, and I'm done for. And okay, I'll take that. That's how I choose to play. But yeah, to his credit, he didn't, and that was really positive. We could kind of see it through to the end.
I don't know if you can see chat, but a lot of your fellow players are all saying I was trying as hard as I could to tempt you, trying to get Klaus to stab. So it sounds like your lockstep alliance with England was extremely frustrating to the rest of the board. What were the emotions like at this point in the game?
I was honestly pretty okay at this point in the game. So personally, I was fine because I had that trust with England. And as I said, a lot of this game to me was about going, I'm a player that plays on trust, and this is how I do it, and I'm gonna show that through my example. Certainly, there was at this point. I think we had three draw votes that had been voted down. So I think there was a bit of this, who's voting down the draw, and people getting frustrated at that and about the elimination. And I think Sabi was in Austria and had been picked apart, and was not particularly happy about it, which is very fair enough. And I think this is the point of the game where everyone knew what the alliances were. Everyone knew what was going on. So I felt like the emotions were okay, but I guess I was also sitting on, I was sitting in the alliance that had 18 centers between us. So it's a bit easier to be calm when you're in that position than when you're in another position.
How many draw votes did you vote down?
None. I voted for all of them. I don't vote down a draw. As a rule, I tend to not vote down draws unless I really think it is, there's a possibility for a solo.
Who was voting down the draws, do you think?
I think Wes fessed up to one of them. I think Ed fessed up to one of them, and we still don't know about a couple of others. I trust that it wasn't Klaus because, again, had Klaus been voting them down, he would have done it. He would have been doing so to have stabbed me, and he didn't stab me. So I don't think there was any reason for him to do it, and I was obviously not doing it because I had put myself in a position where I was leaving my back open. So maybe Farron, maybe Subby, because they're annoyed. I doubt that though. So one of the 3 in the East. I don't know. How
confident were you that it was going to draw at this point?
Oh, not at all. I thought the person who was voting it down was going to keep voting it down. So I was starting to make, okay, what's our end game plan, and how do we convince Ed that his best option here is to side with us and take all of the Russian and Italian centers?
Well, I enjoyed this game a lot. I do think I'm curious. You should go back, listen to the commentary. There you helped bring some clarity. It's what I like this after action segment. Helps us understand what's going on. David or Adam, anything you want to ask about or dig into a little more?
No, I just want to say, Jamal, well played. And I think your explanation of this is instructive to some of our other discussions tonight about player motivation and the difference between league play and sort of one-off games or even tournament play. Because you're giving us potential motivations like board reputation and loyalty to an ally and hesitancy to stab unless it's absolutely, or even veto a draw unless it's absolutely necessary. These are motivations that some people have and some don't. And as you know, diplomacy is about trying to figure out what other people want. And so I think it's really helpful to those that are watching this stream to learn the game, to hear you explain what your motivations were in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I think league play and even to an extent tournament play, does do that. And I think, maybe the difference, and maybe I think about this differently being from Australia. As I said, I think Australian games are almost inherently a constant league, because you will always play with the same players. I will play 3 or 4 games a year with Andrew Goff and Mel and Tim Jones and Peter McNamara, and like those players are going to keep coming around. So knowing, I learned the hard way. I think I started off playing very differently in Australia and really had to learn how to shift my game to be better at that. So it's one of those things that that I've realized how much it matters, and maybe it matters to me too much, to an extent where I don't take big board tops where I could, but also I think diplomacy is supposed to be fun at the end of the day as well, right? It's fun to win. It's not fun to win when you make people very upset.
Have you been, in fact, recruited by Amby and Kaner to help the 2032 Brisbane diplomacy push?
I have not been personally recruited, but I feel like I am generally I think anyone in the Australian hobby that's active is de facto recruited to that kind of thing.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Adam, anything you want to close us out with?
No, I'll just echo the sentiments from my fellows here. It was really enjoyable watching the game, Jamal, and speaking with you. And I think we're really looking forward to seeing more of you on the VDL and in tournaments, and maybe one day seeing you at a tournament in person.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to chat anytime. And I'm glad this is all running. Over here in Australia, we are almost the whole country is in a very big lockdown, so it's nice to have something to do over a weekend other than stare out of my window.
Fantastic.
Well, Jamal, stay safe, and thanks for playing this game, letting us watch, and joining us with this interview. Pleasure.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, well, welcome back, Kevin, and that means that it is time to close out this show. Kevin, you are on mute. And let's close it out. We'll just do some final thoughts. Adam, we'll start with you. What were your impressions of tonight's games and your storylines?
I thought it was really fascinating, to David's point earlier in the night, to look at the French games and see a little bit of diversity in play styles from what we've normally seen in VDL. I think the French games, we really saw 2 different styles. We saw the short games, but in the 2 longer games that went till the end of 1907, we really saw a lot of balance of power play, people waiting to make their moves.
And David?
Whereas in the VDL games, we saw a variety of things, but things that are much more within our North American sort of world, where you've got these long-term alliances to get the, what somebody described earlier as a contrived result. That's one way to play. You had some games where there was an alliance and then there was a stab within the alliance. You had some tactical games where you have an alliance versus an alliance fighting over the stalemate line. So there was a smorgasbord of things to partake of tonight, and we hope that our viewers enjoyed it.
And Kevin?
Yeah, I think the most surprising thing is that we did start to see, now that we're getting to the second half of the season, I think Farron in round 1 had a nice stab to get to 13. Wes had a nice stab attack to get to 14. We're starting to see a little bit of push. So I don't think we saw that until a little bit later in the season last year. So that was the first thing that surprised me. And the second thing was, how could Brandon and Ed get along at all? That surprises me.
That could be the biggest shock of all. So, all right. Well, I want to personally thank each of you for joining the show tonight. This show would be nothing without your voices. So thank you very much. Again, I want to shout out chat. Again, such an important part of this show. A big part of why I enjoy doing these live events. Just love watching all the chatter and banter, and frankly, I learn from chat as well. You get the many minds and different perspectives. It's always fun to see. To finalize, let's take a look and see our standings. How did we end up at the end of the broadcast? Let's pull that up.
As Brian's pulling that up, I'm going to make one last plug for Weasel Moot in 2 weeks. I've gotten a lot of emails with the registrations in the last couple of days, so thank you for signing up. We're looking to get 4 boards per round minimum, so please, if you haven't done so already, windycityweasels.org, and it's on any of the Discord servers. You can find us, so please come in. 2 rounds, Saturday morning, our time, Saturday afternoon, evening, our time. Should be fun tournament.
And I believe you also had a monthly Mondays.
Yeah. Yeah. So for anyone who was watching the French play tonight, and you like that kind of seven game year time frame, the VWDC server is putting together a new, we're calling it Monthly Monday until we come up with a better name with it. But first Monday of the month, we're going to try and get like the after work crowd, East Coast Central time zone starting time, 7:30 Eastern. Happy to do it for Europeans for a happy hour time. We can get a midday game. I know the Nexus speedboat does a lot of games. I feel like at about 1 o'clock our time. So if we're happy to do it, we're trying to put together as many places for people to play on a regular basis, just to it's there. So go to the VWDC server, go to the house game organizing. The games are posted for September, I think it's 6th is Labor Day. It's going to be Labor Day night. It's going to be an hour earlier than normal. But we're going to try and do one a month, just so that way if you can't do it on the weekends, if you're looking for a weekday game, because like Jamal just said, you're staring out your window because there's not much else to do, we're trying to get some games for you.
And Brian, we have a link to the VWDC server in the notes. Okay, great. So for those who aren't already in it, come to the Discord VWDC server and check it out.
Yep, and those house games are non-league, non-ranked, and a wonderful way if you're not that familiar with diplomacy, or you just want a low-stress game. Come join, and it's a great group of people. So you'll have fun. All right, enough chatter. Let's see those results. Here they come. Almost. I'm sharing the wrong screen. More drama. Bam. There we go. All right. First place remains the same. However, we do have a shakeup in both second and third place. Saren and Morgante. Saren moves up a bit. Morgante stays in third, but probably thanks to the Alliance, Saren takes over that place. So that's a big event to close out that night. Brandon Fogel knocked down into fourth. Craig in fifth. Wes sixth. Ben Kelman is our last in the top 7. So any final comments about those standings?
Go Weasels.
Morgante put Saren ahead of him in the standings.
Yes. That's
what happened.
All right. Well, let's remember that for our next edition for September League night. I had that written down the date. Let me see if I still have that. Our next game is. Oh, I lost it. It's
18th, maybe.
Sure. It's in September. We'll make sure we get it advertised on the VWDC server. But yeah, thank you all for watching tonight. Really appreciate it. Thanks to all of the players for participating, creating some fabulous games, very entertaining games. Love to see the diversity of play. And everybody have a good night. All right, we're saying hi to Adam. All right, let me see if I can fix that.
There we go.
There, we'll swap that one in here. All right, now we'll say good night. Thanks, everybody.